Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top quality video services for breeders like you. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. You talk to pigs, we capture the video. Whether it's baby pigs, boars, gilts, or sows, we ensure that their unique features will shine through. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to view and appreciate the quality of your show pigs. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367. Welcome to the ultimate show on the track. Today we celebrate our premier partners, the driving force behind the livestock industry across the nation. Get ready to witness the power of partnership as our premier partners take to the asphalt. Green light and they're off. On the track we have our first partner, Laird Premium Blend Genetics from premiumblendgenetics.com. Next up, it's Beck's Hybrids from beckshybrids.com. And here comes Showright from showright.com. Coming around, we have Brad Howe Ford from bhiford.com. And here comes First Farmers Bank and Trust from ffbt.com. And rounding out the racers, it's Kennedy Ventures from kennedyventuresok.com. On the track and in the ring, it's all about collaboration and teamwork. Join us in honoring our premier partners because together they're the driving force of the livestock industry.
The national anthem tonight. This morning we'll introduce Peyton Ramsey from Jones FFA and 4-H, a dual member. So if you don't mind, pause for a minute, get on your feet, and let her present the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
I think we're ready for the Class 1 of light crossbred gilts. Class 1 of light commercial gilts to the SIF, please.
Drank them all, there's none left. I did it this morning. It was too full from last night. That was good. I ate a little bit downstairs at the hotel, but not much.
Right now they're just asking for my thing, but even for that too. New system. And they also have a minimum weight and a maximum weight. We don't need the minimum weight. We just need what they weigh in. Yes. But it was yesterday the list was fine, so I must weigh different. Does that go into Google Sheets? No. He wasn't. It was too hard for him. It was not on the list. Because they wanted to charity, they were like 231, 232. Because if I go on this list,
No, you're fine.
these are all in order. Then when I get down here to where the weight is, these are all in order because they can't tell you. But then with the weight thing, they're in order by weight. They're all weighted in the order. Which I hate that. You get comparing the pancakes, they're like this. Yeah. Well, the breeds will be weighing them. We're just checking in for that. Yeah, the merit. Because the check-ins used in the back are alphabetical. I would run the tag race like she was doing the check-in last year. It's like alphabetical. Either way, it's probably back.
Animals in the ring can be excused.
Riley, will you guys trash this for me? Thank you. Yeah.
Then it works out well. I don't want to mess you up. Yeah, I'm committed to the show. Think of me in the future.
Exhibitors in the ring can be excused.
Well, good morning, Oklahoma City. It's going to be another good day, and it was a great day working with my good buddy Will Hilty there, and a great day for darks, and looking forward to getting through the lights here, and a very, very good class to start. Different types and kinds. I like the blue belted gilt to win the class. I think she's the balanced gilt that still maintains stoutness and power. She's got great elevation and look up front. With that said, she opens up with a great amount of shape and muscularity. She's good in the center part of her body. More importantly, I think she's just the most collected off both ends of her skeleton. Still the look, still the design, build, practicality. I think a really, really good place to start. Congratulations, that young lady, on our first class winner here in the light crosses. Really unique kind of a gilt here in second in terms of presentation and design. Well-driven kind of a hog. A hog you really, really like in terms of her shape and muscularity. She's stout about her head and still one that I think balances up proportion-wise extremely good. I think her blade's set in her right. She maybe gets a little tighter out of her rear ankle, and that's where I gave her a little bit of fits comparative to our class winner. But, man, in terms of just shape and design, you get behind her. She's still square within her hock. Just want to give her a little more length and go out of her hip and hind leg in terms of movement behind, but a very unique kind of a piece. The predominantly white gilt that's third offers some very neat pieces in terms of just stoutness and levelness that she's got. She's a gilt that I think maintains her front two-thirds extremely well in terms of just structural correctness. She gets a little easy in her top line comparative to our top three. Probably lacks as much just sheer muscle and power when you get right behind her. Need a little bit more stifle, need a little bit more power to run with those blues. Well-driven, well-designed kind of a gilt there to London third. Fourth place gilt's probably one of the more interesting breeding pieces of the offering here. Extremely stout, by far the biggest hind leg in this particular drive. With that said, she's a little fluffier. She needs to be peeled down, need to just pull her neck up and give her more extension. But in terms of just heaviness of structure and just power, center body, a barrel maker to say the least there in the fourth place gilt. Just need to give her more extension, give her a shot more look up in front of her blade. The blue gilt that comes out in fifth, another design build kind of a gilt there. I just didn't think she handled her hind end as good as some of the other ones there, but in terms of look, levelness, and design on the side, suited me good enough there because that gilt, I think, proportional is good enough. She comes at you with enough kind of width. Just need to relax her rear ankle, give her more flex and reach. The splashed up one here is another one that's got some shape, got some muscularity working in her there. I like that gilt's just center body and dimension. For me, she's a little tighter wound, just carries a little more condition there in her front third. Just give her a shot more extension. I like her shape and muscle that she's got. I think a gilt that you really do appreciate how much center body and dimension she's got. Another big centered gilt there in our sixth place hole. Just need to stretch her off both ends of her skeleton. Need to stretch her hip. Thought she had enough power. Thought she had enough muscle. She needed to grab a pin. The goggle-eyed gilt's another one that's very, very stout about her head, stout about her features. She gets a little easier in her top line, but a really powerful kind of a gilt. We finish up there. Got some nice made kind of gilts, run out a little bit of structure, just give them a little more bone work. Good class. Let's congratulate all our light cross class 1 exhibitors. Good job. Just give her just square hind leg up a little bit there. Okay? Good job.
Winners from Class 1 Light Commercial Gilts. First place, Sierra Johnson from Elk City. Second, Madeline Gray from Vanoss. Third, Gabby Marsh from Antlers. Fourth, Piper Wilson from Weatherford. Fifth, Kaysen Steely from Tahlequah. Sixth, Ridge McGowan from Fanshawe. Seventh, Caden Isom from Dibble. Eighth, Emerson Smith from Porter. Ninth, Faith Wright from Stratford. And 10th, Hunter Beeren from Kingfisher. Sierra Johnson was our showmanship winner there. Remember, we have 6 classes, just a single division, 6 classes of these light commercial gilts, and then we'll pick our champion and reserve and several sale order animals, and then we'll work through our supreme commercial gilt show and subsequent lineup later this morning.
Maddie, I think
Exhibitors in the ring can be excused.
credit cards.
If you haven't got yourself a Wild Bunch button yet, certainly need to think about doing so. Supports all of our pig show projects throughout the rest of this week and next week. We've got some new buttons, numbers drawn here, so get your button out and we'll see if you've won something from the Wild Bunch. Carryover number from yesterday, 1145, 1145. That's a show whip from Bishop Construction. Number 37 is a couple of bottles of Champion's Choice from Kelly Chrisman. Number 1168, 1168 is another show whip from Bishop Construction. Number 1173, 1173 is good for 10 bags of 8 from Showright. Number 188 is good for a gift basket from the Wild Bunch. 259, this should be a new number, 259, one garment duffel bag from Mormon Showtech. That's number 259. Number 596 is a gift basket from the Wild Bunch. And number 197, 2 bottles of Champion's Choice from Kelly Chrisman. Those are your active winning numbers from the Wild Bunch. Come to the announcer stand and we'll get you squared away.
Good morning. Check. There we go. I'm on. Alrighty. Good morning, everybody out in livestock world land, or relatives, or grandmas and uncles, friends, to Walton Webcast, Day 2, 2026 OIE. This is Ted Laird, Premium Blend Genetics. Trying to grab as much pedigree information as we can, pass along today. If I get some up here, we'll maybe have some cheerful banter. We do not have pedigree information that I can read off the sheet while the pig is showing. I apologize. I know that's what is fun to watch, but we can get them there after class, and we'll get that information out as soon as we get it. So Class 1, first place was Sierra Johnson of Elk City, and that was a Wild Time from Greg Perry. Second was Madeline Gray, and from Vanessa, and she was bred by Hilty and was sired by Relentless. I'm hearing that my mic is not clear. Is it better now? I'm getting feedback, so we'll see. Check. Hello. Keep talking and see if it's not, we'll come back and repeat it. So first in that class was Sierra Johnson, Elk City. That was a Wild Time from Greg Perry. Second was Madeline Gray, Vanoss, FFA. Hilty, sired by Relentless. Third was Gabby Marsh, Antlers 4-H. She was a Seen Things from Atkins. Fourth was Piper Wilson of Weatherford, and fifth was Kason Steely of Tahlequah. So somebody can text me again if it's not clear. We'll do it again. But that's where we're at in Class 1 of 6 today. I believe it's one division, but we'll make sure of that. Sounds very muffled. Evan Green can't hear, so the muffled guy might want to check for earwax. Any other feedback for me on the mic? So sorry, gonna look how many classes. It appears there are no divisions, so the champion is there again, 6 classes. Total entries. Sixth class is 272, so 41.05 a class. Last class ranged from 230 to 249. This class is 250 to 263. Judging today here in the main ring is Travis Platt. Switched up the outfit a little bit, more conventional jacket. Probably after harassment he received yesterday, but listen to Travis on the results.
It's another really good class of these blues, and I'll admit the first 3 out here are sure different in their types and kinds, and I like a lot of things about this particular class, and I get them out here, and this Gilt that wins the young lady's got, she's not the sharpest headed, she's not the slickest neck. I think she looks like a generating machine. Heavy structured, she's the best built in terms of her shoulder set, her angulation, her hip and hind leg. I think utilizes the surface as good as anything we've probably seen in the blues here. She opens up with shape. She opens up with center body, dimension, and a terrible attitude. But young lady's done a good job. I like a lot of things about this Gilt. Like I said, not the sharpest headed, but she looks like a generator to me. The Gilt and second, that young lady's actually going to be second in this class. And I thought second and third were really close. I like this Gilt's just stoutness that she's got. I think her center body reads good. She's a Gilt that maybe just pushes a shot more condition than ideal for me. But a Gilt I thought from a balance standpoint and just stoutness of feature, she suits me a little bit over the Gilt in third. I like this Gilt's, like I said, her dimension, her levelness, her correctness, well presented, well driven kind of a Gilt there. Just comparative to some of the other ones, maybe just take a little bit off her in terms of condition for me. But I like a lot of things in terms of just practicality and levelness that Gilt's got. Well presented Gilt here in third. I like this Gilt shape. I like her presentation on the side. She's sharp headed. She's got sharp shape and muscularity. Compared to our top 3, probably not as big as armed as any of them, but but a Gilt I really, really like in terms of just her silhouette. She paints from the side. You give her a shot more structure. You stouten her up about her head. I could get her a couple spots higher there. I like a lot of things about her. I like her design, well presented, shapely kind of a Gilt. Young man does an awesome job presenting that one. The Gilt in fourth looks a lot like our Gilt in second in terms of composition on the side. For me, she's a little cheekier. She needs to just trim down a little bit in her front 1/3. She's got a huge arm. A Gilt that's got a lot of structure, a lot of center body, a lot of dimension. Another one, I think she can generate a lot of neat things. Just need to stretch her up there in her front 2/3, give her more just extension and look. I like her heaviness of structure, levelness that she does have. The Gilt in fifth, one that I pinned off early there. I like that Gilt's design and composition in terms of just shape and levelness that she's got. She gets a little squirrely behind. The longer the drive goes on, she wants to swing out of her hind leg. Not quite as big in her arm. She needs to be just a shot heavier structured. Of our top 5, she comes at me with the least amount of width, but a shapely, good-looking kind of a Gilt. Young lady does a nice job driving her. The white Gilt comes out next. Like the center body, like the dimension. Awesome in terms of skin and hair and presentation. Need to just trim her up in her front 1/3 there out of her pole, and at the same time, as they get right behind them, need to see a shot more stifle muscle. But in terms of just back shape and levelness, that Gilt comfort is awfully good. Nice white Gilt. I think she can make some barrows on down the way. Really tall-fronted, good-looking one there. She just wants to close up as she comes right at me. Young man does a great job presenting her and giving her the best look on the side profile. Give her more chest, give her more width. We'll be talking her a few spots higher there, but just ran into ones that just have a shot more. Love her elevation, love her levelness, like her heaviness of structure. She's got a very useful kind of a hind leg, can be bred to a bunch of different boars. Here's another stout one that comes out that offers some shape and muscularity. She's a little flatter in her body shape. We run into some, got a little bit more structure issues, just need a shot more all the way through. Level that one's top line out. Really good class here in our second drive. Let's pay them off with a nice round of applause. Hey, good job.
Winners from Class 2. First place, Bailey Weeks from Meeker. Second, Allie Cooley from Pond Creek Hunter. Third, Doc Downing from Grove. Fourth, Annie Dameron from Sayre. Fifth, Riley Rudder from Rattan. Sixth, Maudie Elmore from Thackerville. Seventh, Colby Browning from Oilton. Eighth, Lexington Chapel from Webbers Falls. Ninth, Chasen Caldwell from Comanche County. And 10th, Dason Delosier from Adair. We have a couple of ladies' rings that have been turned into the announcer stand here that were left in one of the restrooms in the building. If you're missing your jewelry, we happen to have it here at the announcer stand. Exhibitors in the ring can be excused.
On Class 2, we got Bailey Weeks from Meeker. It's Hang Tight from Atkins. Second, Allie Cooley, Pond Creek Hunter 4-H, bred by Goss, Flip Cup. Third, Doc Downing from Grove FFA, bred by Jake Gossett, 00. Fourth was Annie Dameron, Sayre 4-H, bred by Goss. Not sure pedigree yet. Riley Rudder from Mertan was 5th in that class. That was Class 2. Go back and fix one thing on Class 1. The Gabby Marsh's 3rd overall was from Ham Livestock, and that was a Seeing Things. So I had said the incorrect breeder on that. So Class 3rd in Class 2, Ham Livestock, Seeing Things. That's what we got to know. We're on Class 2. Travis finished up.
You know, one of those classes, I think, that brings some differences, but a lot of positive things at the same time. I think that our top trio, our top probably 6 or 7 of them in this particular drive bring some positivities to the table. The 3 out here, the 3 young men have, I think there's one that's a commanding leader for me. The young man with the blue-eyed gilt there's wins the class, and she's the heaviest skeleton. She's the loosest made. She's got great shape, well-presented gilt, still extended but stout enough about her head. Offers some shape, muscularity, power, flexibility, loose-made kind of a gilt with a good hip and hind leg. Young man, congratulations. Got a really, really good class winner here in Class 3. That's a nice place to start. I thought 2nd and 3rd were close. I think that there's some trade-offs and some differences there. The blue-belted, predominantly blue one suits me second best. I think she follows Type and Kind as our class winner. She's a little stouter up high in terms of muscularity. I think center body and most of all, I think feature at the ground is her advantage comparative to our 3rd place gilt. That gilt's not as extended as our 3rd place gilt. With that said, she looks like one that can generate in terms of just stoutness. She's big enough about her arm. Maybe just stretch her out and give her just a shot more look comparative to our class winner, but a really stout blue belted gilt there to be in 2nd. Young man did an awesome job presenting your gilt there in 3rd. He showed that one off to the side, and that's where she maybe has the class advantage. Really high-headed. She's a level built one that I think balances up. Flexibility off both ends of her skeleton is her advantage comparative to our top 3. She probably runs out of just structure. She just needs to be just a shot denser all the way through, starting in her arm and her hind leg. Flexibility, looseness, comfort, levelness, look from the side. If she had bigger legs, I think a gilt that could push our class winner. For me, she just needs just a shot more feature to run on the surface today, but an awesome, well-presented gilt there in 3rd. The 4th place gilt comes out, another one. Center body's good. She's one, I think, proportional. She's good enough on the side. Comes at you with enough kind of width. Just need to trim her up and just stretch her out of her, just pull her right out of her pole and her blade. Give her a little more look comparative to some of the other ones. She's rolled up. She's got good shape and muscularity. Body shape's good, and I think mobility's good enough there. Just give her just a shot more extension and maybe just a shot more stifle muscle as I get right behind her. The real dark blue gilt here that comes out next is one that's striking on the side, and I think everything balances up good enough on the side profile. For me, she just comes out just a little bit narrower than ideal as she drives right at me, but one that I do appreciate. The shape, the muscle, the center body, plenty loose enough. Looks like a versatile kind of a sow there down the way. You could breed to more those out there boars, but another awesome skin and hair, well presented, got great shape and muscularity. Just needs to come at me just a shot wider. The white gilt that comes out next that gets a little flatter in her body shape, but I like that gilt's just structure that she's got, her build, her compositions, why she grabbed a pin. We finish up with some of the other ones here. Gilt there that just needs a little bit more structure. Got some down the way that just need a little bit more muscle all the way through. Really nice class. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause there in our class of light crosses.
Exhibitors in the ring can be excused.
Alrighty, we're back. So the best suggestion I've had with the sound so far is that it sounded like I drank a pint of some alcohol and smoked a carton of Marlboro Reds unfiltered. That is not true, but the hotel we stayed in, the cigarette effect may have been from the leftover aroma from the prior people. So we're going to be in a new hotel tonight. But anyway, Class 3, first place, Andrew Watley, Wilson Carter County 4-H, bred by HF Genetics, sired by White Flag. Second, Class 3, William Meggie, Deer Creek Lamont FFA, bred by Holt Livestock, sired by Mainline. Third, J.W. Harris, Pauls Valley FFA, bred by Wellman Livestock, sired by NWO. Fourth, Charlie Cawthron, Stratford FFA, MC3 bred. Fifth, Bella Gilchrist, Turner FFA, Ham Livestock. So that's what we have for Class 3. We're on Class 4 of 6. And that weight is 278 to 293. So we'll get the results on Class 4 and get back with you shortly. Thank you.
another really strong class of these light crosses, and I think difference is again one of those classes that have a lot of neat pieces throughout. I like the balance, the design the young lady here's got. Our class winner, I think she's the highest headed. I think she balances up so good in terms of fundamentally off both ends of her skeleton, without any question in my mind. She's the best there. Comes at you with some chest. She leaves you with squareness and a very, very flexible, neat made kind of a package. Is she the most rolled up by any means? No, but I think just fundamentally, I think everything matches on that particular gilt. A really nice place to start. The gilt in second, young lady, she drove her way up here. I worked her a little bit longer. I was maybe a little critical in some areas there, but that gilt shape is very, very impressive, and as impressive as anything. She's got a big arm working in her. At times she wants to get just a little tighter behind in the way she hooks up there at her ham loin, but man, that gilt's got shape and power and muscularity. Compared to our class winner, didn't tie maybe as good right out of her pole and her neck, but liked her shape, liked her muscle, liked her balance to be in the second position. Nice gilt. She did a great job. I made her work a little bit harder there, but she has a good second place gilt. Young lady did an awesome job on presenting your gilt. Skin and hair is absolutely on point. If she was a little taller at the point of her shoulder and had just a shot more stoutness out of her arm and her head, that's my clear-cut class winner, because skeletally, I love that gilt's just silhouette that she makes from the side. She's flexible. She's comfortable. Naturally, I think she's the lowest set at the point of her shoulder. With that said, she needs to be just a shot bigger arm, but impressive in terms of skin and hair. She's got some roll. She's got some shape. That's the type of sows that I think just work, because you can breed to a lot of those different boards. I think she can generate some big-time things. That's a nice skill. Make her taller front and make her bigger arm. She wins the drive for me. The white gilt that comes out next is one that's very impressive in terms of shape and muscularity. Longer the drive goes on, she just wants to swivel too much out of her hip. We need to give her more comfort and ease there. If we do so, we'll be talking her a couple spots higher, because she offers stoutness. She's very correct about her front foot placement. And another one I think offers stoutness and power and dimension. Just need to correct her out of her hip and hind leg. Young lady does an awesome job driving our fifth place gilt. Man, there's some things about this one that you do appreciate. Stoutness of head, stoutness of arm. She's got a big hind leg, just natural. I think she's a little lower set. She needs to be pulled up a little tighter out of her head and neck, but another one that offers power, dimension, huge arm kind of a gilt. She gets a great drive on her and shows her off to her best ability there. Just naturally need to see just a little more elevation and look up there in her front end. Really nice fifth place gilt there. Does a tremendous job showing. Our sixth place gilt that comes out, one that's probably got a little tighter look up in her head and neck, but with that said, she's probably the most restricted out of her hip of our top six. Just wants to swivel too much. Need to correct the way she plant and utilizes her ankle. I like her shape. I like her presentation. I like her look and design. Nice kind of a gilt there. Just need to correct her hip. I visited with some of the other ones on down the way. Need to make this one a little taller fronted, a little more shape and muscle. Got a couple a little shorter hipped on down the way. Young man finishes up there with the gilt. Just not quite as coordinated behind. Good class. Let's give them all a nice round of applause here in our light crosses.
Exhibitors in the ring can be excused.
Alrighty, welcome back. Am I on? Alrighty. Welcome back. We're in, got your class 4 results of the light crosses, 4 out of 6. In first place was Leighton Dyer, Antlers FFA, bred by Jennings, sired by Seeing Things. Second, Hadley Mayfield, Dibble FFA, bred by Evans Livestock. It's an OG. Third, Kendall Beller, Kawada FFA, Pack and Heat, MC3 Wards. Fourth, Kaisley J. Onan. Sorry, I'm guessing these names wrong. Payton County 4-H. Don't have info there. Fifth, Farrah Dupree, Porter 4-H, and it was bred by Morgan Genetics. So that's what we have out of class 4 of 6. Class 5 in the ring. And there are 42 gilts, 294 to 311. So get to class 6, there will not be divisions. So we'll move right into the champion drive. So we'll keep you updated here in a second.
Hildy said it a couple times yesterday. You come to OIE to get into these classes, and man, these four gilts on the top end, I think, are phenomenally good. I really like this class, and he said it was good, going to come through, and I think it is. It's extremely good. 3 young men and the young lady that are driving our top 4. I commend you. Skin and hair's good. Hogs just balance up very well. Young man got the green light for me, and I think she is the balance gilt. She's shapely. She's fresh. She's good looking. She's balanced. She's got bone. She's got structure. Very well driven kind of a package. Everything matches on that gilt, and I think an awesome place to start. She combines a lot of good things. Congratulations to that young man on our class winner there. That's an awfully good gilt. The gilt in second and third. I think second, third, and fourth. There's trade-offs. There's differences between them. The gilt in second is probably the heaviest blue one, heaviest bone blue one we've seen. I like this gilt's just silhouette that she offers. She's a high-headed one. Got a huge hind leg. She's very square out of her hind leg. She got a little tighter out of her shoulder the longer the drive goes on. But man, you talk about design and look from the side. Balances up extremely well. Got a massively big kind of a hind leg. Comparative to our class winner, maybe a nickel shorter or a little tighter out of her shoulder. But man, I like a lot of things about that one. Giant hind leg. Got the hair. Got everything matching. Very good in terms of her placement and her front foot. The gilt in third. I like a lot of things about this one. Young man does an awesome job driving her. Very stout about her head. She's got a big arm working in her. Her front 2/3 are as good as anything in this particular drive. Skin and hair's on point. Young man really shows this gilt off when he gets her on the side. I like the shape. I like the body shape. For me, she wants to swivel too much out of her hip and her ankle placement. If she had just a little more flex and reach from her rear ankle down, man, I could go a spot or two higher with that one because she just gets a little tighter hinged all the way through. But man, that one looks like a generator. Body shape, stoutness, power, shape, muscle. Does a good job driving her. That's a nice third place gilt. Young lady in fourth does another phenomenal job driving this one. She's one that I think is just a little harder for me to read in terms of her movement behind her rear ankle. Just wants to knuckle up and just can't get comfortable for me to give her any more of a look there behind. She just won, I think, just a little tighter hinged all the way through. But man, body shape, stoutness, density, arm, well presented, got a rolled up top. A gilt that I just really appreciate a lot of things about her in terms of body shape and mass and power. She just can't get comfortable enough for me out of her rear leg to get her any higher, but a phenomenal job, well presented, well driven kind of a gilt. She does a good job with our fourth place win. Our fifth place gilt comes out, another one that hit me good as she comes out. She's one I think's high-headed. Of our top 5, I think she ties with the most difficulty out of her blade there, out of her pole. A gilt that's maybe a little rounder out of her hip and flatter in her body, but one that I like in terms of her dimension that she's got. She's one that I think does offer some back shape. She's plenty heavy enough structured, good looking kind of a gilt. Just give her more in the center part of her body to get her any higher. Really nice way to round out a very competitive top 5. Got a couple all white gilts there, 3 of them coming out next. Just a little shorter hinge, maybe wants to swivel out of the hip here. Here's a great design, great built one, just needs a shot more structure, really heavy duty, dense made kind of a gilt. Just a little shorter out of her rump. Can't quite be as coordinated as maybe some of the other ones there. Got another kind of a gilt, similar situation. Awesome class, very deep. Let's give those exhibitors a big round of applause. Awesome set of blues.
Before we catch up on announcing our winners from Class 4 and 5, I want to take a minute and point out a couple of guests here. We're always excited to have folks in leadership and potential leadership here interested in our kids and investing in our programs. Of course, don't need a lot of introduction for longtime OYE board member Jimmy Harrell. He's sitting to stage right here at the announcer stand, and a guest of his today is gubernatorial candidate Chip Keating. He's here behind me. We certainly appreciate him coming and learning about what we do here and explaining to him what our programs are about. So if you get a chance, shake both of their hands, ask them questions. We certainly appreciate them. Put your hands together for Jimmy Harrell and Chip Keating, please. caught up. Winners from Class 4. First place, Leighton Dyer from Antlers. Second, Hadley Mayfield from Dibble. Third, Kendall Beller from Coweta. Fourth, Casely Onam from Payne County. Fifth, Farrah Dupree from Porter. Sixth, Hadley Mayfield from Dibble. Seventh, Adeline Miller from Chandler. Eighth, Abigail Wren from McLeod. Ninth, McKenna Chickering from Cashin. And 10th, Ryan Scammahorn from Kingfisher. Exhibitors in the ring can be excused. Winners from Class 5. First place, Wade Ritchie from Altus Christian Academy. Second, Dax Inman from Mulhall. Third, Bradshaw Bunt from Ringwood. Fourth, Laney Allen from Canute. Fifth, J.C. Wilson from Haskell County. Sixth, Jesse Peacock from Tecumseh. Seventh, Bentley Mitchell from Sand Springs. Eighth, Tanner Frankie from Covington Douglas. Ninth, Braden Webb from Burns Flat. And 10th, Harper Upton from Red Oak. Braden Webb was a showmanship winner in 5. And Adeline Miller was our showmanship winner in 4. We've got class number 6, light commercial gilts in the ring as we speak. Of course, when we get done with this, we'll pick our champion light gilt and reserve and several preliminary sale lineup animals. So be quite a bit of lining and relining as we work through the next few minutes of the show. If you happen to place 1st through 10th in class 1 through 5, this is an appropriate time to bring those animals back to the sift area so you'll be available for sale lineup.
We all? Yeah, we are. Alrighty. Class 5. We didn't have it all, but we've got a lot of it. So, winner of Class 5 of 6 was Wade Ritchie, Altus Christian Academy 4-H. The Bell Bottom Blues from Jimbo Kilmer, Swine Farms Incorporated. Littermate to the Reserve Grand Barrow at San Antonio. Sale notes. Second was Dax Inman, Mulhall, Orlando 4-H. Bred by Wilbur. Waiting on the pedigree there. Third was Bradshaw Bunt, Ringwood FFA. It's an unrivaled from Luke Linder. Fourth, Laney Allen of Canute. And fifth, J.C. Wilson. I don't have breeder pedigree on that yet, but if we get it, we'll pass it along here in the champion drive. So we're finishing up Class 6 of 6, and then we'll go into the champion lights and then move into the champion darks, or grand overalls, I mean. So that's what we got, and that's where we're headed. Jimbo Kilmer's got one. Littermate to San Antonio.
Yeah.
That's what won that last class.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
There's been a couple of him out of litter. He had one at Ritchie's. Yeah. Well, that's that one I said. That's that cheaper than I think. That's 26,000, 21, 20, 24. He had there was another mate that got along down at York, and he said on that same deal.
You got the Winter May boar?
He got
Was there?
Well, no, he got them all, yeah.
Up our light crosses, and I think a really good trio here on the top. The one that suits me best, I like this young lady's blue belted gilt. Once she gets out here and gets comfortable, I think that's the combination gilt that offers stoutness and squareness. Proportionally, she's good. She's square out of her chest. She goes and leaves with some squareness out of her hind leg. Everything balances and matches on that gilt with some extras in terms of structure. I think rear leg comfort's plenty good enough in that particular gilt as well. I think a really good place here to start in our final drive. Man, I like the silhouette of this gilt in second. Young lady does a phenomenal job driving them. She's a very high-headed kind of a gilt, one that offers some shape and dimension. She wants to swivel maybe just a shot out of her hip to get critical on her, but a gilt I like in terms of her arm and the way she's setting angulation up front. Maybe not quite as robust right there at her chest as our class winner, but shape, levelness, squareness, hind leg, really good kind of a gilt to be in second. Well-presented kind of a hog here. Comes out in third. This dark blue gilt, one that I love her body shape. I like the shape that she's got up on the top side of her skeleton. For me, we need to push her shoulder back a little bit, maybe stouten her forehead up, but after that, you like that gilt's body shape, her genuine muscle, her squareness behind, like I said, rolled up and very, very fresh in her appearance and design. Of our top trio, maybe the smallest in her arm, but man, I like a lot of things about that gilt in terms of just dimension and center body that she's got. Another one, similar scenarios, the gilt I talked about. Big centered kind of a gilt, got some shape, got some muscle on the top side of her skeleton. She's one that I think heaviness to structure is plenty good enough as she goes right away. She's a little plainer and maybe refined about her head for as big and burly as she is. Maybe with time, her right hind just wants to get a little more uncoordinated, just give her a little more comfort out of her ankle there, but one that I like in terms of shape and center body there to be in the fourth hole. Fifth place gilt looks like a generating kind of a sow. Stoutness, body shape, big arm, big hind-legged kind of a gilt. Doesn't tie as good in her neck as some of the other ones, but man, you talk about dimension and just natural stoutness. Looks like one that's going to be fun to look at on down the way as a sow. She's got a big hind leg. I think she uses it plenty good enough. Maybe closes a little bit as big as she is up high in her chest floor. Next one, young lady does an awesome job driving our blue-eyed gilt there. Got some shape, got some muscle working in her. Maybe just gets a little flatter all the way through as she comes at me in her lower third of her body. Finish up with some gilts there. Got some power, a little more refined, I guess, down the way. This gilt here offers some power and dimension. Maybe just not as quite as fresh. Some of the other ones gets a little tighter spined on a couple of those other ones. Really good way to finish up our light crosses. Let's give them all a nice round of applause in our final drive.
We don't know a lot yet. Do know the class winner in 6 was Quinn Voss of Chisholm. And that was a woke from Wilbur Genetics. So, sorry, trying to get information. So Quinn Voss wins class 6, Chisholm 4-H, woke from Grant Wilkes.
Our number 41 through 60 of the dark commercial gilts from yesterday for the final 20 slots in the Night of 100 Stars sale. So if you have one of those 41 through 60 dark commercial gilts, it's about your time, and we'll call for you in just a moment. It appears we're ready to select our champion and reserve champion light commercial gilt, along with several sale order candidates.
Alrighty, we're firing up here for the champion light cross. Class 1 winner, Sierra Johnson, Elk City, Greg Perry, Wild Time. Second in that class was Madeline Gray, Vanoss, Hilty, Relentless. Third was Gabby Marsh, Antlers 4-H, Ham Livestock, Seeing Things. Winner Class 2, Bailey Weeks, Meeker FFA, Atkins Hang Tight. Second, Allie Cooley, Pond Creek, Hunter 4-H, Goss Livestock, Flick Cup. Third was Doc Downing, Grove FA, Gossett Double O. Class 3, Leighton Dyer, Antlers FA, Jennings, Seeing Things. Second, Hadley Mayfield, Dibble, Evans, OG. Third in the Class 4 was Kendall Beller, Coetic, Pack and Heat, MC3. Class 4, Leighton Dyer. Already got that messed up. Class 5, Wade Ritchie, Altus. I'll go back on that. Class 5 was Wade Ritchie, Altus, Kilmer, Bell Bottom Blues. Second, Dax Inman, Mulhall, Wilbur. Third, Bradshaw Bunt, Ringwood, Linder, Unrivaled. Class 6 was Quinn Voss, Chisholm. That was a Woke from Wilbur. I'll go back. That. Sorry, I had my class 3s wrong. So class 3, first was Andrew Watley. Class 3, winner Andrew Watley, Wilson, Carter County 4-H, HF Genetics, White Flag. Second, Class 3, William Maggie, Deer Creek, Lamont FFA, bred by Holt, Mainline. Third, Class 3, J.W. Harris, Pauls Valley, FFA, Wellman, out of NWO. So going over our class winners. Class 1, Claire Johnson. Greg Perry, Wild Time.
If you would, let's give all 6 of our exhibitors a big round of applause out here. Been a tremendous day. Been a great 2 days working alongside a good friend, Hilty there. Yesterday, the darks were tremendous. The lights are good. We've got 6 classes of them, and always thought we had a handle, and it's good to get out here, evaluate with somebody. You see stuff, you can bounce stuff off, tell them they're an idiot or not, but no, we don't do that. But if it came down to it, we'd tell them how we really thought, but we see them the same. We think that all 6 class winners bring a lot of quality to the table. We started off with a shapely, good-looking one. We've got some stout pieces all the way through. We came back, we looked at them. We think there's one of them that's the combination of stoutness and power, heaviness to structure, squareness and body. Everything matches on this particular gilt. 6 awesome light cross gilts. The best one came in the last class. Congratulations to this young lady. She's got our champion.
Alrighty, your champion. Quinn Voss, Chisholm. Bred by Wilbur Genetics. I'm still trying to find a second place on that. We know it's J.C. Wilson. Not sure on breeding yet.
For reserve, I think there's options, and as Hildy and I talked through them, we think that it comes down to a handful of them because there's ones that have some power and dimension and look. I think it comes down to a couple of the bigger gilts in the drive, and I think there's one of them just a little sharper, maybe a shot more secure when you get them on the side in terms of hind leg placement. Good looking, balance, fresh shape and design. Like Class 5, second best. Congratulations to this young man. Good job.
Okay, Wade Ritchie was reserve champion. That's the Bell Bottom Blues from Kilmer. It brings in Dax Inman, and that's bred by Wilbur. We're not sure exactly yet on pedigree there. The second that came in out of Class 6 was a Woke from Mark Cox, or a Wild Time from Mark Cox.
Awakening from Wilbur.
So again, second in Class 6, J.C. Wilson, Wild Time, Mark Cox.
For third, there's another one that we talk. We think there's a heaviness to structure. Probably has as big a pieces as any of the blue ones in terms of just bone structure, rear leg. She got a little tighter out of her shoulder there. I talked to her in her initial class, but man, look, design, and just a absolute giant hind leg. Young man that was second in that class is going to be our third out. Congratulations to him.
All right, third was Dax Inman, Mulhall, Orlando, bred by Wilbur. Not sure on pedigree. We'll get that shortly. That brings in Bradshaw Bunt, Ringwood. It's a Lindner bred, unrivaled.
For fourth, the last one, we'll talk on the mic, and then we'll just start shaking hands. Another one, high-headed, level-built, heavy-structured kind of a gilt that silhouettes extremely, extremely well. Like this one, next best. Congratulations.
So, fourth overall was J.C. Wilson, Wild Time from Cox. And that brings in Fletcher Inman, Haskell Awakening from Wilbur. Fifth overall, Bailey Weeks, Meeker FFA, bred by Atkins, Hang Tight. Brings in Allie Cooley, Pond Creek Hunter, 4-H, Goss Flip Cup. See if Blake has those dark cross sheets. Will they stop and go? What was sixth?
I don't know.
We'll get back to sixth. Okay, we'll catch back on sixth. Seventh, Bradshaw Bunt, Ringwood, Lender, Unrivaled. That brings in Laney Allen from Canute. No.
Okay. Do you have the
I have the reserve.
Okay, the champion was bred by Wilbur. Signed by Wilbur. You already have the champion? Oh, that was the champion.
Yeah, that was a champion. He just gave me the reserve.
Eighth was Andrew Watley, Wilson Carter, County 4-H, HF Genetics, White Flag. Brought in William Maggie, Deer Creek, Lamont, Holt, Mainline.
Maybe it's not the same one.
Hang on a minute. Oh, no. That's
Thank you.
All right, we got conversations going.
Number 10, class 1, that's Tyler Gray from the House. The Gabby Marshall, I was the Royal Deck class 1.
Okay, 10th was Madeline Gray from Vanoss, Hilty, Relentless. Brings in Gabby Marsh, Antlers, 4-H, Ham, Seeing Things. All right, backing up a little bit. 6th.
Number 11, class 4, Lady Tyler. We'll bring Ashley Mayfield to the ring. This is the class 4.
Okay, 6th overall was Clara Johnson, Sierra Johnson from Elk City, Greg Perry, Wild Time. So Hadley Mayfield came in from Dibble, Evans, OG. So 12 with J.C. Wilson Haskell. I don't have a pedigree there, which would have meant Laney Allen would have been 11. Oh no, 9. 13, Gabby Marsh, Ham, Seeing Things. Piper Wilson, Weatherford, Goss, Relentless. Brings in Kaysen, Steely, Tahlequah. They're getting in these Class 6s. We didn't get all the information there, so I apologize. 15 and 16 both came out of Class 6, but we do not have the full results of what those were. But we will go over the top 20 or 25 here when we get the full results back. And we're going to have the dart cross information, so we should be able to go through all that. So I'm going to check off here for a little bit, and we'll come back when we get to the grand overall drive.
Number 20 comes from Class 2. That's Allie Cooley from Pond Creek Hunter. That brings Doc Downing to the ring. Annie Dameron, you're on deck for Class 2. Number 21 comes from Class 2. That's Doc Downing from Grove. We need Annie Dameron in the ring. Riley Rudder, you're on deck for Class 2. Number 22 is Hadley Mayfield. That's in class, that's a mistake. I need to go to Class 6. Number 22 is Cooper Inselman. That brings Heidi Smith to the ring. Piper Worcester, you're on deck for Class 6. Number 23 comes from Class 1. That's Kaysen Steely from Tahlequah. Brings Ridge McGowan to the ring. Caden Isom from Dibble, you're on deck for Class 1. Our 24th selection comes from Class 6. That's Heidi Smith from Hollis. We'll need Piper Worcester in the ring. Our 25th and final selection in the light commercial gilt preliminary sale lineup comes from Class 3. That's Charlie Cawthorn from Stratford. Congratulations to our light commercial gilt exhibitors. We'll clear the ring and get ready to show for our Supreme Commercial Gilt, and then we'll line up our last 20 sale slots, which will be populated with number 41 through 60 of the dark gilts, and then number 11 through 25 of the light commercial gilts. So if you placed 1st through 10th in this light commercial Gilt lineup, you've got a slot in the sale. We've got the appropriate paperwork for you now here at the announcer stand. So you or a representative thereof needs to come see us and get your paperwork for your sale slots. And then if you were number 11 through 20, if you don't have paper through 25, if you don't have your paperwork, we've also got it here as well, and that will tell you where you line up for the final 20 slots that we'll do here in just a little while. Once again, all of those we've got here at the announcer stand. So when we get the stage reset here, we'll come in and select 5, our top 5 Supreme commercial gilts. We have scholarships and prizes for those 5. Once we do that, we'll clear the ring and we'll bring back the 41 through 65 of the dark commercial gilts from yesterday, and number 11 through 25 of the light commercial gilts that we just selected a moment ago, and those will show back against each other for 20 additional slots in the Night of 100 Stars sale. So if you have some of those 41 through 65 dark commercial gilts from yesterday, or 11 through 25 light commercial gilts, you'll need to be up here soon, so that because that will be the next thing that we do after we select the 5 top commercial gilts. So we'll see if we can continue to describe this in a way that most anybody can understand. Immediately, we need the top 5. If you were number 1 2, 3, 4, 5 of the dark commercial gilts from last night, we need you in the sift area. Likewise, we need 1 through 5 of the light commercial gilts from a moment ago in the sift now so that we can select our supreme champions and present those scholarships. After that, we will need 41 through 65 of the darks and 11 through 25 of the lights also in the sift area now so that we can line up our final 20 sale slots.
Not I, but we had a whole house.
We're still looking for Chloe Kemp with our 5th place dark commercial gilt. And Bailey Weeks with our 5th place light commercial gilt for this lineup. I think we're pretty close to getting started here. A couple of introductions before we do. Of course, we want to thank Will Hilty and Travis Platt for judging commercials, light commercials and dark commercials over the last couple of days.
A good place.
They'll continue to sort here this morning until we get this knocked out. Presenters today for our top 5 trophies and scholarships and so on and so forth will be Devon Energy's Blair Thacker and 66 Ventures Evan Green. Supreme Champion Commercial Breeding Gilt will get a $3,000 scholarship and a pair of horsepower Macy Bean top hand boots from Rios and Mercedes. Reserve Champion Commercial Breeding If you'll remember, your champion from Dark Commercial Gilt from last night was the
Champion Dark Cross, McKenna Oliver, Decker, Doggy Dog.
It's time now for the grand drive overall here of the Crossbred Show here at the 2026 Oklahoma Youth Expo. Thanks to everybody that's joined in. I think it's been a remarkable show. You wouldn't expect anything different. Bring in the
Champion Light is a woke, or it's
Quinn Voss.
Quinn Voss,
Yeah.
woke from Wilbur.
Didn't take them long here.
Well, certainly honor and privilege to be here with you two gals out here driving these gilts. If you want to park them for just a minute, I certainly got some thanks that I want to give and some comments to make as we wrap up these 2 days. First and foremost, thanks to the crew at OYE. I've had the opportunity to be here several times over the last couple years, whether it be sifting building or doing the barrows. And man, I've been all over the place doing this. There's nothing quite like standing up on the hill. So my heartfelt thanks for the opportunity to be back here. Thank you to my good buddy Travis. It's been a lot of fun to work through this with him. I remember when we were both young guys kind of getting started in this, and still like to think of myself as a young guy sometimes, but my balding head and gray hair would say otherwise. So we've both been at it for just a minute, but I really enjoyed the past couple days with him. You know, the slogan here is the greatest show. And we talk a lot of times about what's the best barrow show, what's the best gilt show, and there's a lot of debate, and you can be tied to one. But I think that if you step back and look at the totality of a livestock show, there's no doubt in my mind that this is the greatest show. And that starts, you don't have an event like this, you don't have the greatest show without great leadership. You guys have the absolute best leadership. You have the best visionaries and people that support this show. So for them and the ones that make this happen, don't take it for granted. Let's give all them a huge round of applause. To the crew at home, thanks to the guys for keeping things together. Most importantly, thank you to my wife. I'm not the best schedule keeper in the world, and she asked if we had anything going on in March, and I said, no, it's wide open. She scheduled a family vacation to Florida, so they left this morning, a 5-month-old, a 7-year-old, and a 4-year-old that will absolutely give you a run for your money. So thank you to her for understanding. Thank you to the girls. I miss you. Can't say enough about my experience here and what it means to me. So thank you one more time. And I know we've talked a lot about pigs, but I'm going to talk about pigs one more time. There's a lot of you ringside that are raising them, trying to do this. We've all got sows at home that need to be better. You're going to have the opportunity next week to tie into an absolutely incredible set of gilts all the way through. There's gilts that are going to be down the sale line that can make an impact and put you on the map. There's going to be gilts at the top end that are wholeheartedly as good as I've seen. So take care of your business. There's a world of opportunity. Thanks again. It means the world to me to have the opportunity to be here again. Thank you to the crew. I'll tell you that I've seen a lot of that I consider to be really good. The one that's going to be your champion, I think she's as good as I've ever judged as a gilt. I think she's as good a gilt as I've seen in a long, long time, and I've maybe ever seen. I think she's incredible. So thank you one more time. Let's put our hands together for everybody that makes this happen, and I'll show you your grand gilt.
Well, there it is, your grand champion there of the 2026 Oklahoma Youth Expo.
Ring champion.
McKenna Oliver. Bred by Decker, sired by Dog Eat Dog, and that brings in Avery Throckmorton, Halfin, sired by Mainline.
So we'll be selecting the top 5 crossbred gilts overall. Those will all earn scholarships. They're from the Oklahoma Youth Expo, and the dollars and funds that's been accumulated from sales over the years leading up to this point. Then we will go on through and select the remainder of the gilts that's going to be in the sale. We'll be offering, as Will alluded to there, on Tuesday night. So we drop the reserve in.
Well, I want to reiterate my good buddy Will Hildy here. Awesome opportunity. I think it's my third time back here at OYE. And it's great every time, and it's great working. Like you said, the staff second to none. You guys have a well-oiled machine in terms of just getting through stuff, and more importantly, quality of livestock's tremendously good, and you guys really got it going on. If it's a matter of pure gilts, cross gilts, Barra show, they're good. They're always good. Kids are respectful, and commend you guys as parents raising good kids and ag teachers and all that stuff. A lot of good people in this state that have a hand on raising kids. If it's ag teachers, past ag teachers, there's a lot of people to look up to, and I think that's important in the industry to have people to look up to and try to do stuff in the right path. And very thankful for the staff putting it on. Very thankful for my group at home, my wife and my boys, everybody staying at home, getting stuff done. And appreciative for this guy behind me. To judge with him, when they called, when they made the call to judge, I asked who the Dark Cross judge was, and I said that's going to be awesome. This is the first one for us to do together. I've known Will Hildy a long time. I knew him when he had 20 sows, and that guy there is the same person he was 18 years ago. He hasn't changed. He sells them as good as anybody. He wins at all levels. That is one loyal dude, and we need more of that. In the world, in the industry, little loyalty goes a long way. If it's customer relationship, if it's business-wise, we need more people like this. There's a lot of people in the industry. I think that's what drives us, keeps us going in the livestock deal. Loyalty. Stay true. Make an example. We got a lot of young people, a lot of young eyes watching us. Let them watch us. Let's do it right. This is an awesome show, guys. Let's give it up one more time. Tremendous show. Thanks again for the opportunity. We love the set of commercial gilts. Awesome show yesterday, awesome show today. Second best one today. This one right here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Second place, Avery Throckmorton. It's bred by Halfin, main line. Brings in Laney Allen Goss, Relentless.
So our bronze selection will now take place. Laney's gilt comes in out of Division 1 of the Dark Crosses. I'm not sure if Will and Travis will continue to talk through these, but or if they will just shake the hands. But I think it's goes without saying. I think the guys have done a remarkable job here the last 2 days and working through these things so efficiently. And man, I tell you what, it makes it great and easy to do when you got a lot of good stock, and that's what these guys have been able to do, is work through a lot of good stock and the good families all behind them, the breeders, the people. Will.
Well, thank you, Travis, for the kind words. And again, I know I got long-winded earlier, but there was one thing that I wanted to touch on that maybe I didn't get to, and I promise to keep it brief. But one thing that I think we all need to do in terms of breeders, feeders, ag teachers, show committees, whatever it may be that have involvement in this, we need to find a way to continue to bring kids back to this. We don't need numbers shrinking. We need numbers to grow, because the kid that had the worst gilt here, we need them to have a positive experience and come back, because who knows where this livestock thing leads them later in life. All of you ringside, if you had never got involved in this, where would you be in life? Who would you be surrounded by? So I think it's important that somehow, some way, we've got to find a way to keep kids involved. Parents, if you're on the fringe of whether you're going to do this or not anymore, I know it's expensive, but I promise you it is 100% worth it. There is no better way to raise kids than right here in the show barn. And it's not because of these animals, it's because of the group of people you're going to be surrounded by when they are in the show barn. Thank you, OYE. We get ready to name your bronze, your third overall. It's an incredible lineup of gilts. I don't know that, in my opinion, our opinion, that there's ever going to be a sale that's going to lead off with 3 gilts like you're going to have here next week. I think the two that we tied to are incredible. I think the one that's going to be third overall is she's right there with them. I think the neat thing about this gilt, she dang sure looks the part today. I think if you want to show one going forward, she could even have better days ahead of her. Young ladies, Dark Cross is your third overall.
So your bronze gilt there this year will be Laney Allen.
Goss.
Laney's gilt is a Relentless and bred by Goss Livestock. That'll bring in Madeline Gray.
Madeline Gray with a hard ball from Hilty.
Ohio Valley.
Ohio Valley. Oh my gosh, sorry. Yeah, his other one was for
Last time for me to grab the mic. Once again, a great opportunity. Kids, keep up the hard work. Good luck in the next couple shows here. Awesome opportunity. Thanks again, OIE, for the opportunity. Awesome set of gilts. We like the blues really well. We like the belts all day yesterday. We think there's one of them is probably as unique on the side, maybe as anything throughout the last 2 days in terms of tallness of front end, look, design, shape, power. We like the dark, fourth best. Congratulations to her.
champion dark, or fourth overall is Madeline Gray. It's bred by Ohio Valley Show Pigs, hardball. That brings in Chloe Kemp. Chloe Kemp. So Woke from Wellman.
Might be a good time here to tell you, for those of you that are asking, I've had a few texts on this. So at the conclusion of the selection of the crosses here in the champion, we'll go into our sale order. When we finish that up and finish the conclusion of the selection of the rest of the crosses that'll make the sale, the Purebred show will start.
Incredible event, incredible lineup of gilts. As Travis alluded to, thank everybody one more time that gave us the opportunity to be here. It's been an absolute blast. I talked earlier, if the gilt you like is first in the sale, bow up and try to get her bought. If the gilt that you think fits your program the best is the last one in the sale, have faith in what you like and get her bought. I promise you there's going to be ones top to bottom that can make a difference. Close, we think, man, these are good. That blue one, just looks like a bad to the bone sow, heavy boned, good built, loose made. We like her next best. She's going to be 5th overall.
That's good. Our 5th overall gilt there in this year's show comes out of the light division. That gilt would be Quinn Voss. Quinn's gilt was bred by Wilbur Genetics and sired by Woke.
That brings in Allie Cooley.
So what we will do now is we will now move into the facet of our sale lineup. And our sale lineup now will require the 11th light cross coming in with the 41st selection of the dark cross. And we will pick through the remainder of those until we select the top end of the gilts for the gilt sale that'll be on Tuesday night. So we will, those of you that want to watch, we encourage you to continue to watch here at Walton. You can see all of those gilts that are selected. As well, we need to let you know that we will be doing videos and previews of all of the Gilts. You'll be able to follow all along there throughout the week on everything Kennedy Ventures. You'll be able to see the videos broke down individually of each of the selected animals, both from the purebred and the crossbred show at that time. So they will see that in the format of the total marketing of the entire Gilt sale and that opportunity. So I would be remiss if we didn't say thanks to Will and Travis again. I think did an outstanding job here for the last 2 days. In putting this lineup together for us. I think they did a great job. For sure, thanks to Ted for helping keep us on track with all of our pedigrees. I know that's so important for so many out there that's watching and listening. Thanks to the crew there at Walton Webcasting for providing that to you as well, and bringing that to the forefront. The last thing I'll mention to you before I get off, be sure to remember we have our fundraiser auction going on showpig.com. It is open right now, and it'll close at noon tomorrow during the Gilt show. But that is support. That is to support the purebred barras being shown and exhibited here at the OYE starting next week. So, thanks to everyone that has donated. If you haven't, you still have time to have a listing added. So feel free to reach out to me in that regard as well. But with that, thank you all.
What time do you fire up then? Appears.
We are 1 o'clock is when it is scheduled to start back, and that'll be with the Chester breeding Gilts.
Poland's and
I think we have the CPS breeds today.
CPS.
I was told. Yep.
All right, perfect.
So and a great point to that is CPS breeds today. That will make the Berkshire show tomorrow. Perfect. So I had a lot of people ask about where they landed there, but the Berkshire show will be tomorrow. So, well, thanks, Ted.
Right. Yep.
Appreciate
thanks,
it,
everybody. Appreciate you listening. If I got something wrong, I'm very, very sorry.
Thanks.
Might want to recognize the crew that's worked in the back for the last 2 days. Eastern Oklahoma State College brings people to us every year. They do an excellent job. It takes a lot of bodies to do what we do, especially back there where they're seeing literally every animal. So we certainly appreciate the students from Eastern Oklahoma State College that come and help us. Remind you who we have in terms of Wild Bunch button numbers. We still haven't had 1145 claimed. That's a show whip from Bishop Construction. Number 37 has not been claimed yet. That's 2 bottles of Champion's Choice. 1097, 1 gift basket from the Wild Bunch. 1168, another show bat from Bishop Construction. 1105 is a feed trough and show bat. That's a Wild Bunch. 1173, 10 bags of 8 from Show Right. Number 596, I think these are new numbers here. Number 596, a gift basket from the Wild Bunch. Number 197, 2 bottles of Champion's Choice. Number 177, show bat from Bishop Construction. Number 534, feed trough and show bat. Number 244, 2 bottles of Champion's Choice. Number 190 is a gift basket from the Wild Bunch. Number 1164 is a cooler bag from Mormon Showtech. And number 369 is a garment duffel bag from Mormon Showtech. Those are all numbers that are active. We will start throwing those numbers out and drawing new numbers at some point today. We certainly want to mention that the Essential Feeds have been the sponsor for the scales that we will draw for tomorrow. They've been the sponsor for years and years and years. We certainly appreciate Essential Feeds for providing scales for the giveaways for Gilt and Bear Show. And then we will give back a hanging show box away later today as well. So keep up with your Wild Bunch badge numbers. I think we're ready to select our final 20 or 20 plus slots for the Night of 100 Stars sale for commercial gilts. That starts with the 41st dark commercial gilt. That's McKenna Oliver from Velma Elma. And our 11th light cross gilt was shown by Leighton Dyer from Antlers. One goes dark. Yeah, something didn't print here. 5-1. Why is that not going? Do what? The Wi-Fi probably just. So it's basically works out, so we're looking for number 51, and that was number 51 from the dark cross division, McKenna Oliver from Velma. That'll bring Cash Seawright to the ring. Chloe Kemp, you're on deck with your dark cross. Number 52 is exhibited by Cash Seawright from Elgin. We need Chloe Kemp in the ring, Caitlin Waggle, you're on deck for the dark division. Number 53 is from the light division. That's Leighton Dyer from Antlers. We need J.C. Wilson in the ring. Gabby Marsh are on deck for the light cross division. Number 54 is shown by Chloe Kemp from Adair. We need Caitlin Waggle in the ring. Lexi Varnell, you're on deck for the dark division. Number 55 is shown by Caitlin Waggle from Fort Gibson. That'll bring Lexi Varnell to the ring. Maverick Mosteller, you're on deck for the darks. Number 56 is shown by Lexi Varnell from Elk City. That'll bring Maverick Mosteller to the ring. Mason Morris, you're on deck for the dark commercial gilts. Number 57, shown by Maverick Mosteller from Fort Gibson. That'll bring Mason Morris to the ring. Autry McConnell, you're on deck for the dark commercial gilts. Number 58 comes from the dark division again. That's Mason Morris from Yukon. We need Autry McConnell in the ring. Annabelle Parker, you're on deck for the dark division. Number 59 comes from the light division, and that's J.C. Wilson from Haskell County. We need Gabby Marsh in the ring. Piper Wilson, you're on deck for the light division. Number 60 is shown by Autry McConnell from Wellston. We need Annabelle Parker in the ring. Tucker Hughes, you're on deck for the dark division. Number 61 is shown by Gabby Marsh from Antlers. We need Piper Wilson in the ring. Fletcher Inman, you're on deck for the light division. Number 62 is shown by Annabelle Parker from Moss. We need Tucker Hughes in the ring. Ruger Heron, you're on deck for the dark division. Number 63 is shown by Piper Wilson from Weatherford. We need Fletcher Inman to the ring. Graceland Buckmaster, you're on deck for the light division. Number 64 comes from the dark division. That's Tucker Hughes from Surreal. We need Ruger Heron in the ring. Neely Pritchard, you're on deck for the darks. Number 65 is shown by Ruger Heron from Red Oak. We need Neely Pritchard from Weatherford. Duke Barney, you're on deck for the darks. Number 66 is shown by Fletcher Inman from Mulhall. That'll bring Graceland Buckmaster to the ring. Lucas Woods, you're on deck for the light division. Number 67 is Graceland Buckmaster from Elk City. That'll bring Lucas Woods to the ring. William Muggy, you're on deck for the light division. Number 68, shown by Lucas Woods from Woodland. That'll bring William Muggy from Deer Creek Lamont to the ring. J.W. Harris, you're on deck for the lights. Number 69 moves back to the dark division. That's Neely Pritchard from Weatherford. We need Duke Barney in the ring. Macy Walker, you're on deck for the dark division. Our 70th selection, shown by Duke Barney from Stroud. That'll bring Macy Walker to the ring. Hunter Barron, you're on deck for the darks. Number 71 is shown by Macy Walker from Red Oak. That'll bring Hunter Barron to the ring. Steely McNeil, you're on deck with your dark commercial gilt. Number 72 is shown by Hunter Beeren from Kingfisher. That'll bring Steely McNeil from Bristow to the ring. Our 73rd and final selection for the, oh, are we still looking? Number 73 belongs to Steely McNeil from Bristow. Okay, our 74th and final selection is Hunter Beeren from Kingfisher. Congratulations to our commercial gilt exhibitors. The rules say that we will start that pure gilt show with Chester's in 30 minutes. It is 12:11 by my clock, so at 12:41 we'll start with our class. We'll call for our class of Class 1 Chesters to the ring. There's 3. So we have several of our light commercial gilt exhibitors that have dedicated slots in the sale. Bradshaw Bunt, Andrew Watley, And Laney Allen, we still need to give you the paperwork for your sale-making gilts. So come to the announcer stand, send us a representative of sorts, so we can get you the paperwork you need to participate in the sale. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. We're ready for our Class 1 Chester Gilts to the SIFT. Class 1 Chester Gilts to the SIFT, please. Exhibitors in the ring can be excused. So the Wild Bunch just drew for the hanging show box that's back here behind the announcer stand. If you are number 1543, you just want a show box, we'll need to see you and your button here at the announcer stand to make sure that we get you situated with your new show box.
Well, as we get in here to our first class at Chester's and our Purebred show, we got a good set here, particularly in the top half of this class. I think it gets a little bit challenging down through in terms of just type and kind, just getting your priorities to where you want to land on. But as we come in here, this class here, we get up here at the top end. I think these are the two that come together in terms of just putting balance and feature, still having some dimension to them, still having some comfort to them, still having enough feature with the extras in terms of just balance and comfort. I like the young lady here in the blue shirt to start this particular class, and I think when she comes in, she probably commands your attention the best of this particular drive. She's opened up when she comes at you. She's good in her forearms. She's starting to be a little more chestery, I guess, acting when you get her out here. But when you dig into that one, she proportions better, in my opinion, in terms of body length and stoutness than the one that's going to end up being in second in this particular class. The one in second, as I said, follows extremely close in terms of type and kind, in terms of feature, in terms of balance. She's maybe not quite as collected in terms of the way you read her in terms of her top line. She's still got plenty of dimension when you get up on top of her. I didn't see that one maybe just getting out and going quite as good when the longer the drive went on, but particularly when we first got them in here, comparatively in that top two, in the way she just handles that hind leg and drives off of that surface out here, comparatively the one that started the class. The one that comes out here next, of the top three, probably gets to be the smallest of that trio. I'm not sure exactly where they line up in age, but she gets to be the more compact, in my opinion, of that top three there. She's the shortest in terms of her body length there. She wants to maybe read just a little shorter about her hip there. But more importantly for me, when you get in on that one there and you start studying her in terms of just maturity and condition relative to frame size, I read that one just being a little quicker in terms of maturity when you get to studying that one in terms of just her look up front, her balance, and just her condition down her top line there comparatively to those bigger, more extended gilts that are right there ahead of her. But I think a gilt, though, that in terms of just her overall build, her angles, you got to appreciate that about her in this particular class, and that's what kept her up there in the top three for me. One that comes out next, definitely as we talk on the other end of the spectrum in terms of just a performance, big volume type of a gilt here. This gilt here, though, when you get to studying her, she starts to lay a little more on in the front third of her skeleton. She doesn't read as fresh back through her midsection there, and relative to her frame there, I didn't think that one just stoutened up at the ground in terms of width and feature, comparatively to the three right up there above her. But boy, you got to appreciate the sowiness, the broodiness that she does bring to this particular class. At the same point in time, I just like to freshen her up, give her a shot more feature down low to match the upper side of that skeleton in terms of just the power that she brings, and from that perspective. The one that comes out next here, again, front third of this gilt, she has her advantages over the one right there ahead of her. She's more useful in the front third of her skeleton. At the same point in time, got to ask yourself, where does this one tie in terms of her hip, her ham-loin junction, her tail set, the way she carries her hind leg there? I'd make her a notch more secure, like her from there forward in terms of the freshness, the youthfulness that she brings to this class, just like to reconstruct that rear third of her skeleton. One that comes out next, again, kind of follows there is the one there we talked about just a second ago in terms of being a big outline, broody type of a female, just not fresh enough in her head and neck. She's more upright in her shoulder. She needs to be better there in the way she handles that hind leg there. We just need to make her more comfortable off of both ends of her skeleton there, her angles, her comfort level when you get her out here on the move, and then just touch her up there in terms of just eye appeal and freshness in the front third. When it comes out next here, gets to be a little smaller stature comparatively. She gets to be a little shorter bodied there, gets to be a notch frailer about her jaw. When you get up on her, she's got good width when she comes at you, her forearm expression, her body shape. She gets a little more upright as well in terms of just the way she handles her skeleton off of both ends. But more importantly, we need to make that jaw, that stoutness match from there back in terms of just overall feature and overall skeletal heaviness. The one that comes out next here has got a good look from the overall side here, good build. Again, and all three of these that really round out the class here, we just simply got to make them go better. They got good design, they got good pieces to them from their angles, from their shoulder, their hip and hind leg. They just got to be more comfortable to move up any higher in this class. Good class. Give them a nice hand, if you would, please, on our first class at Chester's.
we're showing our second class of Chester Gilts here. We will line up our champion reserve and probably around 10 preliminary sale lineup Chesters immediately following this. So if you have a Hereford, a Class 1 Hereford, give us a moment to get, because we'll use the SIFT area to do that sale lineup. Exhibitors in the ring can be excused.
Another nice class of Chesters here, and I think we got a very logical place to start with here, and the young lady in the light blue shirt here. You get out here and you step in and study this one from every aspect. She's the most genuine coming at you. She's the best in terms of just her build and her comfort from the side. She's got dimensions. She still handles herself very well when you get her out here on the move. I think she's the one that has to start this particular class in terms of just from a sheer overall quality standpoint, and just talk about checking boxes and getting her up here on the top end. I thought it got a little closer here between second and third, and with that being said, you can go back and forth in here and you can nitpick where you'd like. I go back and land on the young lady here in the yellow, and I think that one there just ties everything together better from a profile standpoint. She's better in her neck to shoulder junction there. She maintains her top line. She's got good shape. She maybe just reads a notch fresher in her overall composition out here. She's the stoutest coming right at you. You maybe give the advantage to the young lady in the blue shirt here, but I think just overall quality build and design keeps her right up here pushing on the top end of this particular class. The one that comes out in third, the longer you see it in and just study this one's build here, she gets to be a notch piece here in terms of the way she's put together compared to those two that are right there ahead of her in terms of just her top line, her crest, and her ham loin there from her overall profile. But still, when you get into this one, just from a balance and freshness standpoint, that's what allows her to stay up here in third over the one that comes out here in fourth. The one that comes out in fourth in terms of build, heaviness of structure, you get in there and you talk about bone and feature. Yes, she is that in terms of hind leg bone and stoutness. For me, when you get off to the side and you study that one in terms of just freshness, overall composition, and youthfulness out here, she gives up the most of that top four there. You dig into her from an angle standpoint, from her shoulder set, and just comfortability. That's where we got to make her better from a structure standpoint to move her up over those ones right there above her. But boy, you got to appreciate that one in terms of her burliness. You just question how much of that in terms of just her maturity and the way she comes in there, and you get to study that one there in just terms of freshness, allow her to be in fourth instead on up in the line in this particular class. One that comes out next probably gets a little more jammed up in terms of just her overall feature. I thought that one got just a little bunchier. She got a little rounder in her shoulder, a little rounder in her hip. She just didn't want to set them down and flex quite as good there comparatively to the bigger one there right ahead of her. But boy, in terms of just her overall design and her levelness at top, her freshness and her look there on the top side of her skeleton, I appreciate that about her. But boy, we just got to get her to go out here and grab another gear to move her up any higher. The next one that comes out probably has an advantage in terms of just hind leg set and flexibility, but at the same point in time, she closes up the most there in her knee. She's the softest in terms of her front posture there. If we can fix her up there in that front third of her skeleton versus the ones right up there ahead of her, boy, you like that Gilt in terms of from her shoulder back there. Just didn't read that one quite good enough at the surface there when she comes right at you and the way she squares up in that knee driving right out of that gate. One that comes out next here, got a good look in the front third of her skeleton, fresh, lean in terms of that top shape when you get up on top of her. At the same point in time, she gets to be one of the more off-balance ones in this particular class there. She wants to be a little lower set there in her shoulder, a little higher there in her hip. Doesn't want to just use that hind leg quite as effectively as the ones right up there above her. But boy, you got to appreciate that one in terms of just look and freshness. As we get down here in 8th, 9th, and 10th, again, kind of like that last class there, we run into just heaviness of structure and just angle and skeleton. We got to make them go just a notch better out here to get them moved up in this class. But a good class here. Give them a nice round of applause for their hard work here. Congratulations to these kids.
Okay, we're ready to select our champion and reserve champion, Chester Gilts, on top of, I think we're going to line up 8 preliminary sale lineup animals. We'll begin with reintroducing our class winners. From Class 1, the winner was Madison Hood from Keys. And our winner from Class 2 was Kendall Beller from Coweta.
Well, if you would, let's put your hands together. Give them a nice round of applause here for their first place. Chester Gilts here this afternoon. As we get underway here with our Purebred show here, we got a nice breed to start off with here, and I thought there was one in class that hit me extremely hard, and Justin steps over here to the side, and when we were discussing them, we thought there was one just blends everything together a notch better in terms of head and neck, top line, hind leg set, and the way she hits the surface and goes off of both ends of her skeleton. We like this one to win. Let's congratulate the young lady right here in the middle in the light blue shirt. She'll be your champion.
Champion Chester is shown by Kendall Beller from Coweta. We'll bring Adley Castor to the ring. By the way, on our champion and reserve champion, we'll need a parent representative. We're going to pull hair, and you need to witness that. So over here at the scales pen behind the announcer stand or next to the announcer stand.
We get out here for reserve, and I think it gets a notch closer. We've got two different ends of the spectrum here in terms of where you think they fit and where everything ties in. We got one that's maybe a notch wider, a notch stouter in terms of feature. We got one that's got more look, maybe a notch better built in the front third of her skeleton and her hip and hind leg. But at the same point, you got to ask yourself, is she wide enough? Is she stout enough in terms of just body shape? And then she gets a little wider there when you step right in behind her. The one that we like the next best in terms of following in feature and stoutness is the young lady here in the blue. She'll be your reserve. Congratulations.
Reserve champion Chester Gilt, shown by Madison Hood from Keys. We'll introduce Ryder Prince from Garber to the ring. Kaylin Jarbo, you're on deck for Class 1. Our third Chester, shown by Ryder Prince from Garber. That'll bring Kaylin Jarbrough to the ring. Cutter Ward, you're on deck for Class 1. Our fourth Chester comes from Class 1 as well. That's Kaylin Jarbrough from Duncan. We'll introduce Cutter Ward to the ring. Shelby Prince, you're on deck for Class 1. Our fifth Chester comes from Class 2. That's Adley Castor from Velma Elma. We need Landy Coulter in the ring. Scout Golden, you're on deck for Class 2. Our sixth Chester is shown by Landy Coulter from Valiant. We need Scout Golden in the ring. Cassidy Watkins, you're on deck for Class 2. Our seventh Chester Gilt is shown by Scout Golden from Wright City. We need Cassidy Watkins in the ring. Our eighth and final Chester Gilt comes from Class 1. That's Cutter Ward from Shakota. Congratulations to our Chester exhibitors. Let's bring your Class 1 Herefords to the SIFT. If you're not there, Class 1 Herefords to the SIFT. So we're taking some photos in the ring. We've got Jeff Marlowe, President and CEO of the Food Bank of Eastern Oklahoma, and Sarah Marlowe, an Advocacy and Public Policy Coordinator for the Food Bank of Eastern Oklahoma. They brought us some Tiny's Cookies as one of the many brands the Food Bank has developed over the years as a unique way to generate support and give back to the community. Tiny's Cookies provide a fundraising opportunity for FFA chapters, sports teams, and other organizations. Groups can sell the cookies to raise funds for their own organization while supporting the food bank and helping fight hunger for the state. Food bank team will be here throughout next week. They do our pork for pack stuff, right? If you are interested, you also have the opportunity to donate your hog to the Backpacks for Kids program to help provide meals for children facing food insecurity. We certainly appreciate the Marlows and the Food Bank of Eastern Oklahoma for their support and continued assistance with our ag youth in Oklahoma. Exhibitors in the ring can be excused.
Well, welcome to the 2026 Hereford Gilt Show here at the Oklahoma Youth Expo. Just got through with your Chester Gilt Show, an extremely high quality Chester Gilt Show, and kind of a unique situation here for me. Just finished judging the Barras with the man in the ring. So I can stand up here on the crow's nest and kind of critique him behind his back while he's sorting the hogs here. So that'll be fun to do, and landed on a pair of them that were really nice there in that Chester Gilt Show, and had a lot of pigs in that top 5 that were raised by the kids that were showing them, which is cool to see. We'll get you the results of that Chester show here shortly. Chad working through his top 10 here in this first class of Hereford Gilts. Judges for your Purebred Gilt Show, again, Chad Day, sorting your CPS breeds out here in the main ring today, and Justin Rotobaugh on the back sifting for him. And Justin will be the head judge on the NSR breeds there as we break into them. 2 gentlemen that need no introduction. Long time in the hog business. Done it at a high level for a long time. He's got his two or three pin back there that he's going to rework towards the top, and he's sorting through these through the lower ones in this class. He might keep another 1 or 2 back, but he's sifting through these and sorting through these top end of this first class of Herefords, your top 10 here. So it looks like we have your results for your Chester Gilt show here. Your champion Chester Gilt from Coweta FFA was Kendall Beller, raised by MC3 Ward there, sired by Fix 'em Up. The reserve champion Chester Gilt from Keys FFA, Madison Hood, raised by Bratton, sired by Pitmaster. The third overall Chester Gilt by Ryder Prince, Garber 4H, sired by Pitmaster, raised by Prince. Your fourth overall would have been Kalen Jarbo from Duncan FFA, raised by Jarbo, sired by All Inclusive. And then your fifth overall is Adley Castor from Balma Alma FFA, raised by Castor and Dumas, sired by Fix 'em Up. Like I said there, they had it's kind of cool to go back and look at that. Had a lot of kids that raised their own pigs that showed them there. Always nice to see when you get here into this state, especially a lot of those kids raise their own pigs. It's one thing I think that makes this state a little more unique than some of the others. There's lots and lots of kids out there that just have 2 or 3, 4 sows that are raising their own projects and doing it at a high level. I want to thank Mr. Laird there for putting all the work in to gathering up that information. He hustling around there getting the pedigrees and who bred them back there in the back, and everybody's excited and doesn't always cooperate the best. They've just got through winning, so and it's not a very short walk back there to where they come out from the top here. We're keeping him in shape. So he's got it down to your top 4 here. First class of Hereford Gilts. Got some size differences out here in this first class, and some quality for sure all the way through here. Young lady there in the blue is going to be 4th. One of the smaller gilts, but man, you talk about a gilt that's got some muscle and some bone. This young man here in this FFA shirt coming to the corner has got one that's got a little extra look to her. A little more traditionally colored. Got it down to your top trio. Young man on the far side in the FFA shirt. Blue shirt's going to be 3. Young man in the yellow will be 2nd, and the little boy here will be 1st.
Get out here in our first class of Herefords, and I think we've got a ton of different variants and type and kind out here from top to bottom as we get through here. And I think as you get back through them, the one to start, the lighter colored one here to my right, is going to start the class. And in terms, I guess, of going back, and we get to talking about just checking boxes and which one has the most natural skeleton, which one puts some ring presence together, some build and design up high, still have some comfort in terms of hip and hide and leg and squareness, is the young man here to my left, and he's going to start in terms of just overall build, overall comfort when we get him out here and get him on the move. One that comes out next in terms of just skeleton follows the closest of that top end in terms of type and kind. With the chest, body shape, still having some freshness on the upper side of their skeleton, still coordinated enough in terms of hip and hind leg placement, sorts them over the one that ends up in 3rd. His biggest advantage is when that one comes at you and just goes away from you, and like I say, just his natural squareness or natural squareness off of both ends of her skeleton versus the one that's going to end up in 3rd. The one from 3rd from a side, silhouette-wise, very, very good. I like her look. I like her build to her. She's a gilt out here that's got a tremendous amount of volume when you're off to the side. That one needs to be better when she comes at you. She wants to funnel when you step right in behind her and doesn't just set that foot down quite as secure. Wants to be a little twistier when she goes away from you. But her build from the side, her volume, her body shape is what keeps her over the gilt that comes out in 4th. The gilt that comes out in 4th, kind of one of them that just kind of edged up through the class there a little bit. In terms of feature and stoutness, she is one of the heavier bone ones in the particular drive. Where she's at in terms of frame and moderation is what you got to question on that particular gilt for me. She gets a little easier in her top line. She doesn't just want to quite balance up as good from the side there, but where that gilt is good in terms of her feature and her extremities, hey, she's good in that aspect. I just like everything from a structure standpoint, from a comfort standpoint, just to blend a notch better, make her just a little bit bigger relative to her frame, her frame to length ratio when you get off to the side of her. Gilt that comes out next here is a good balance, good design gilt here. I didn't think that one maybe just tied everything together from a structure standpoint, particularly out of her hip and hind leg. She's a notch shorter there when you read her from her ham loin hook up back to the base of her tail there. Wasn't just quite as comfortable in terms of her length of step. She does balance there in the front third of her skeleton very good, and in the front 2/3 of her body shape. I do appreciate that about her. I just didn't read that one quite good enough in terms of just hip and hind leg placement to get her up any higher in this particular class. Gilt that comes out next, if this one had just a shot more feature and balanced up just a notch better through her rear flank there when you step off to the side of her, you like her look and you like her extension up front, her elevation at the point of her shoulder, her build down her top line. Just need to make her a notch stouter to ground in terms of feature, give her a notch more skeleton in terms of just width when she comes right at you and goes away from you. We get on down the line, we run into one structurally, gets a little more upright off of both ends of his skeleton, needs a shot more body when you get off to the side of him there, but her look and her balance and freshness still kept her over the next three right there below her of the bigger, broodier type of gilts that maybe just read a little heavier in their condition when you get on the top side of her skeleton. Don't maybe quite use their shoulder and their sort of reach out of their front end quite as good as those ones on up the line there. Another good class, though. Give them a nice hand as they head back, if you would, please.
Go ahead, Nick. Ted Laird back. I've been trying to get results, trying to run them up. We're getting quite a few of them. But, go ahead, Nick, if you know any of that stuff, or we'll gather them back there in the back.
Yeah, I sent out some text. I'm not sure of. I didn't really notice those kids. He's getting ready to announce them right here.
Yeah, I'll post them here in a second. I'd like to go back and go over the Chester results, give those people credit in your classes. So Class 1 was Madison Hood, and that was bred by Bratton Pitmaster, and it ended up reserve overall. Second Class 1 was Ryder Prince from Garber 4-H, bred by Prince out of Pitmaster. She ended up third overall. Third in Class 1 was Kaylin Jarbo, Duncan FFA, and she ended up fourth overall, bred by Jarbo out of All Inclusive. Fourth in Class 1 was Cutter Ward, Chakota, yep. 4-H, bred by Royal Prince. No, that's right. We're going to say we don't know there yet. And then fifth was Shelby Prince, and that was Garber FFA, and bred by Prince. Second class was class winner was Kendall Beller, Kuwata, champion. She was champion, bred by MC3 Ward. Fix them up. Second that class was Adley Castor, Velma FFA. She was fifth overall, bred by Castor Dumas. Fix them up. We have third in that class was Landy Coulter, Valiant FFA. Cooper Klein bred that one. Scout Golden was fourth in that class, Right City FFA. And fifth in the class 2 was Cassidy Watkins of Fox FFA. So we'll get caught up here on the Hereford deal and get your results as fast as we can. You got half as many pigs in the class, so it's more challenging to get the info.
Right, it goes a little quicker.
So
anybody has
Nick Schulte knows everything. Everybody
yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. If anybody knows any of them kids and how they place, just text us up here so we
get the placings on the website.
Saves us a few steps. Another thing I'd like to add is we're going to sell these gilts Tuesday. We just got through with our crossbred show this morning. Excellent crossbred show, as always. The quality is just so deep. this is a show all these kids all year look forward to in Oklahoma, and they really showcase them here these 2 weeks in March. And wow, what a Crossbred Gilt show. We'll sell them there Tuesday. Be sure to mark your calendar. Short drive or flight to Oklahoma City, and get to watch a little bit of the Barra show that day, the Hampshires, and then we'll sell them that night. It's a really good schedule the way it works out, and great networking opportunity too. There's not too many people that aren't here for that event. If you're getting into this deal, just getting into this deal and want to meet some people and shake some hands, and it's a great place to do it. Sending this second class up the hill, and he's got 3 of them pinned back so far. It's a really nice gilt. He just sent back the scales. Young lady in the dark blue shirt has.
It's 12 minutes from the house.
Young lady there in the orange or the green vest with the white shirt just got sent back to weigh, or to go back through there and pin.
It's like, how much is this? I'm the blue dot. Oh, I'm not gonna say that to JD. Well, that's what I said to you. It's safe. I am up.
We want to thank Ted for taking time to come out here and spend some time with us in Oklahoma. I know it's extremely busy up in his part of the country right now, selling pigs and getting all that done and collecting boars, and everybody's breeding right now. So
yeah, shout out to my crew. But about everything I do with the boar stud in the business, I can do on a computer or anywhere.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I keep the building built and fixed, and money moving, and results posting, and sale posting. That's pretty much a day. But the boy, I guess the best thing they say as a leader you can do is be people not know you're not even around. So
yeah.
On the boar stud side, I would say we're.
That's when you know you got a good team put together, huh?
At that point.
Yep.
Like, you guys want me to do anything? No. No. Please. Yeah, awesome crew. I appreciate it.
Yep.
I was talking the other day. This is Regina and I just got to come down, and we're going to be. We just decided to stay through 10 days. That is the longest.
Yeah.
No, I won't say. That is the longest we've ever been away from home in our
Is it
life.
really?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
We weren't thinking about it, like, dang, like.
Yep, 10 days.
We went down to San Antonio. That was nice.
Yeah.
That was the longest we've ever been gone.
San Antonio is nice. It was nice this year. It was warm and weather was good. And got a little hot that last day of the hog show, but you get to hang out around that river walk and just take it all in. And It's a really great bear show.
Yes, sir. I'm not going to get into the David Korb, which is the best show.
Korb. Well, if you know Korb at all, you know he's an extremely proud individual. And most guys are that are in this hog deal, you know. And we usually don't lack in confidence and stuff like that. So he was riding for the Ohio brand there, wasn't he, on Facebook the other day?
Yeah, I texted him. I said, "You have just entered the gauntlet.
Yeah,
you do not." He's like, "Oh, I'll be all right." I'm like,
yeah,
like, go for it.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Coming from the guy that likes to stir the Michigan-Ohio pot when they're playing football.
He comes from a different perspective.
Yes, he does.
It would be an interesting to put a panel together, like of all the states, and have them make their case for why their show
show's the best.
Well, we're the biggest, but we only got one. And
that's right.
You get to show 4, I only get to show 2.
Yep.
I mean, it'd be.
Yep. Yeah, it'd be a good discussion.
You'd want to stack the judges for that panel, though, because they may lean. I don't know what you'd find impartial.
Right. Yeah, it did.
Debate winner.
It'd be a good debate, kind of like a sports center debate.
And they are all different. I mean, we've gotten to see a few. If you haven't gotten to go to, have you been to LSU?
I haven't been to
LSU.
LSU.
That is a blast.
That's a blast.
But that show is like
I've judged some of those parish shows down there, and they really get into it. And as a judge, you like to hear the crowd get into it. It makes you feel like you're doing something right. So
yeah. And they want to beat each other as much as. Sorry, go ahead and talk, please.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
They want to beat each other bad, but man, that's they genuinely applaud.
Yeah, they do. You could always tell when I was showing at those junior shows, national junior shows, you could always tell when Louisiana came to the shows.
Yeah. And I didn't know if that was like real or but you go down there, it's like, Joanne.
She's the ringleader. Yeah, she is the ringleader.
She cheers for everybody.
She does. And people can say what they want to say, but I guarantee as a judge, it makes you feel good when you're out there. Yeah. And I know it makes these kids feel good.
Go ahead. Sorry.
He's down to his top 3, and there's really high-quality 3 Hereford Gilts out there. He's talking to Justin, kind of figuring out what they're going to do. Lots of extreme pieces.
Everything together, and again, you get in those scenarios, and it's not that it's a quality issue, it's just a matter of putting together and getting things to fit, and getting things in your mind right is what you're going to deal with and how you want to present it to the crowd here, I guess, from a lack of better terms. But the young lady's going to start the class, and that particular Gilt there, again, as we get in there, and you just get simply to quality and checking boxes, and you'll hear me talk about that. Hey, you got to start, they got to be built right from the ground up. We can make some exceptions in an area or two, but we can pack on the extras, and I think that Gilt, comparatively to her contemporaries out here, does that. She's good coming at you. She's got a good build. She's one of the leveler ones in terms of top line. She's fresh in terms of her shape when you get up on top of her. She's the best in terms of her hip and hind leg and the way she uses her hawk and hits the surface out here, and in combination with still having some feature in the lower portion of her skeleton, puts her up here to start this particular class for me. The young man that's going to end up in second, this Gilt here most closely follows in terms of type and kind, in my opinion, in terms of the angulation to her shoulder, her length of hip, and the way she gets out here and goes. She's good in terms of the roundness of the center portion of her body. She's got more flex off of both ends of her skeleton. She's one shot away from in terms of just bone and feature down low to get ahead of the one there right above her. But boy, you can stouten that one up just ever so slightly in terms of foot bone and feature there in the lower third of her skeleton. But everything from there up fits in terms of just balance, in terms of quality, in terms of just, like I say, flexibility when you get her out here on the move. One that ends up here in third, and in front 2/3, she's got probably the wildest look of anything in the class. At the same point in time, we just got to make her go better. She gets stiltier off of both ends of her skeleton. She's the most rigid of that top 3 in terms of the way she just moves. But boy, when you can stand that thing still, she'll certainly grab your attention there. She'll demand your attention when she comes into the ring. We just got to get her to go better to get her up any higher. One that comes out next here, a good balanced one. She gets out here. She takes a good step. She's got to have more feature when you get underneath of her. She probably gets to be one of the plainer ones in terms of just expression when you get off on the top side of her skeleton. But most importantly, I just need to get everything to fit just a notch better in terms of feature to match the amount of mass that she has on the top side of her skeleton. Get everything to balance up and fit just a notch better there when you step off to the profile. Good looking, good design one here. Good chested, not wide enough from behind. Got to balance up better from the side, and we've got to go better when we step off to the side of her in terms of particularly the angle to her shoulder there. Next one that comes out, it's got to be wider, got to be stouter in her chest, got to take a longer step off those rear wheels and fix her there in the way her hip and the way you read her right from her hip back to the base of her tail there. Just square her up a notch when you get off to the side. Gilt that comes out next here, another good built, fleshy type of a gilt that's got some body and some dimension to her. Gets a notch frailer, nice choppier in the way she goes there, but she has a big body, big rib kind of a gilt there that keeps her right up here in terms of just her look and design and the front third of her skeleton over the gilt that comes out next. Again, another massive opened up one. Thought that one got a little more jammed up in her overall skeletal build. She gets a little more upright and a little steeper out of her hip there. We just got to get her to go a notch better, and we run into the same scenarios as we do in a lot of classes. We got to have more width and we got to have more comfort in terms of just mobility when we step off to the side of these two that round out the class. Good class, though. Give them a nice hand if you would, please, as they head back to the pins.
Okay, the last class, which is the last class of Hereford's, John Wyatt Piper brought a heck of a pair. Had first and second, bred by JWP Show Pigs. Third was Kylie Imhoff from Prague, raised by LJ Show Pigs, sired by Here Kitty Kitty. Congrats, LJ Show Pigs there. Fourth was Bailey Caldwell from McAllister FFA. Your first class, fifth was Ainsley Barks there from Grady County. Fourth was Ruby Zepeda from Blanchard. Third was Cash Crossert from Frontier FFA. Second was Bailey Cassinger there from Warner FFA. And your class winner was Bentley Mitchell from Sand Springs FFA. Currently showing for champion Hereford Gilt at your 2026 Oklahoma Youth Expo. Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Nemechek are figuring something out here, and we'll start it off. This was Bentley Mitchell from Sand Springs. And then John Wyatt Piper from Hera. Here's Chad with his champion selection.
Applause here as we get into our selecting our champion, Hereford Gilt. I think we had a good set of them to go through, and we had some differences all the way down the line, and we get them back out here, and kind of like we talked them in class there, I thought both of these were the balanced ones of those particular drives, and yet when we step back out here in terms of just build, in terms of comfort, still having some feature underneath and still pulling themselves together in terms of just top line and balance, we like the young man out of that second class to be your champion. Congratulations.
Champion Hereford, shown by John White Pieper from Hera. While we're at it, we'll need a parent representative to come to the scale pen while we to witness pulling hair for DNA test. That'll bring John White Pieper back to the arena to show for reserve.
We dropped that second in and thought that class was very good and thought that one fit right in there on the top end of that particular drive, and still think it gets close between them two. We like the young lady there driving that one out of class 2 to be your reserve.
Okay, there you go. John White Piper there from Hare FFA, champion and reserve, Hereford Gilt at your 2026 Oklahoma Youth Expo, raised by JWP Show Pigs.
Be your bred known champions as well, if there were a bred known champion.
Right.
Sorry.
That's right. That's what I was saying there in that Chester deal. It's crazy how many of these pigs are raised by the kids that show them here. And I mean, you'll see that at other states, but I feel like at this state you see a lot of kids raising their own hogs.
Yeah.
A lot of families do it as a project together. You really get the full experience when you farrow one of these things.
I have not had that pleasure.
Yeah.
Who was third then?
Third was the young lady the young man out of first class.
The Bentley Mitchell.
Yeah.
Have the pedigree there.
Yeah. Let's see. I don't. Yeah, Bentley Mitchell from Sand Springs.
So fourth overall would have been the third in class 2. Kaylee Imhoff.
Yeah.
LJ Show Pigs, Here Kitty.
Yeah.
Kitty.
Here, kitty.
I didn't know if that's that's a sire's the kitty and the second son's the kitty.
No, that's the name of the boar.
I know. I
Yeah.
was like left off a kitty here.
Right.
You never know what a boar name. And that would be our fifth overall would have been Bailey Kessinger from Glasby out of a shot collar.
What are we showing next?
Next up, I believe we have the best breed
the
ever
Polands.
in the history of
Yeah.
the world. And I say that from the bottom of my heart.
That's what you guys used to raise your family long time ago, huh?
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of those Indiana breeders that originated from Poland's.
Yeah. Well, it was dominant breed. My grandfather had 5 grands in
Yeah.
Indiana.
Yeah.
But and then Gary Wilson, I think their family had 3 also overalls in Poland.
Right.
Runs deep. See,
Yes,
now here's
sir.
my theory. So, like, if you win at Expo or win a major national and you have showmanship, you should, the next year you have to show a CPS breed.
Yeah.
And then the final year you have to show a Poland.
Yes.
You win
Yep.
the senior division twice. Like, so.
That's a good idea.
I apologize. We don't have any further information here to tell you.
Yeah, for some reason they don't have pedigrees on these things, on all of them. It's kind of scattered through here.
Maybe 5 or maybe 10%.
Yeah. Which there's probably 10% of the people maybe listening that are interested in the Hereford pedigrees, probably. But I mean,
as the breeder,
there's probably someone listening that does want to know for sure.
Exactly.
That's you just need to come see him in person on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Check them out, and it's a pretty cool spectacle. And they'll parade them. They'll have them on. They'll have the preview there. Sunday is that what I texted Blake to ask him when they were doing that? But they're doing the preview Sunday, so you can tune in to
No,
Walton.
actually, they're doing preview. They're doing the filming Saturday.
Doing the filming Saturday.
I believe that's correct.
And they'll have it up on Walton, won't they?
Yeah, and then Walton will be, it'll up, I think, available on Sunday to give Blake more time to not try to put 110 Gilt videos together and not spell a name wrong or something. No, I just found it if you can come down. What's your favorite memory of OYE?
My favorite memory of OYE was 2009. It's my brother's senior year. He just come off a win in Denver. And we had 2 bears. We brought 3 bears to the show. And our county's a little different. It's in the summer. So we don't have a county in the spring. So we only fed hogs for OYE. And we bring 3. And my brother was fortunate enough to exhibit the reserve Hamp and the reserve crossbred bear that went on to be 3rd overall.
There you go.
And my dad tried so hard to get my sister to show one of those 2 pigs because he said, them are her 2 best ones. You both will make the sale that way or have a better chance of making the sale. And she said, no, I want Chris to show them both. It's his last year.
There you go.
And so they could have got it split up, but she let him show them both. So that was my best memory.
Awesome. Now you said 2 things, so I have the banners on Walton.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'll put some things I like in the Grand Drive. And you had 2 really good ones.
Mm-hmm.
One was about Danny B.
Yeah.
The other one was about your dad. And I'm going to go back and play that quote, right?
Yeah.
The right thing. Tell me what that said.
Yeah. Do the right thing, the right way, the right time, all the time.
There you go.
And that's really
that on the bottom of Walton.
Yeah.
Doing at a show. So
that's really hard to do.
Yeah.
As a human.
Oh, 100%.
And
especially when you're competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. And I stole that from Nick Saban.
Well, then I won't use it.
He won't use that. He's a pretty good motivator, though.
I know.
And you know, there's a lot of guys that'll say that, you know, do the right thing. But it really stuck with me from an experience I had at the very first summer spectacular that NJSA put together in Lafayette, Indiana. My dad took us up there and his judging team up there, and we just went to judge. And we didn't have any pigs to take that summer, but in the line when they worked you through and I'll entered you and everything for that junior event. Jennifer Scheich, she was the leader then, and they handed out these little boots that were stickers, and I stuck that boot on my wallet that I had as a 10-year-old. Mm-hmm. And it was on that boot. It had embroidered on that boot. It was just a little sticker, but it said, "Just do the right thing." Yeah. And so that's kind of what it stuck with me. Now, probably haven't always done the right thing, but it really stuck to me. And then you get kids, and you know you start raising your kids, and you want them to win, and you want them to do the best people they can be.
Absolutely,
so
100%.
Which is winning.
Well, that was a joke.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know if you've ever seen that picture. There's a picture of Sutton, Jacob's daughter.
Yeah.
In that viewing area, standing right beside him, putting her foot
exact same
Yeah,
way.
in your yeah.
Yeah, in that view. And then that's up there, and that reminds me every day, like they are watching.
Oh, they are.
Whoever
Everything you do, everything you do.
Yeah. And we got a lot of power to influence that. A lot of opportunity to influence.
Yes, sir. So
go ahead.
They're racking these Polands up in the back, and we'll have a little dead time here. And so, go ahead. What were you saying?
Classes we got.
I think we just have two of these
classes,
too.
39 pigs. So
there's 4 spot classes.
Is that today?
Yeah, it's today.
Oh, that's right.
That's the last deal.
CPS.
Yep.
Kind of the S.
Yep.
And then Burks. Everything else will be tomorrow.
Right. What were you going to say before I interrupted you there?
I was just saying that Danny Beast, when he talked, that speech maybe hit me as hard as
the summer type.
Yeah,
that was a good one.
That
it was.
Carrie Mason or Carrie Brotman when she talked about, like, even if you win the biggest, it's not going to satisfy your life. It's not going to bring peace. But now Danny, and I think that's huge. I mean, I Will talked about it. Just you don't know what that little sentence of encouragement to a kid, or a parent, can mean for that kid's life. Like, you gave me 5 good encouraging words that maybe you decided to.
Sure, absolutely.
Go for it.
I don't know if you ever heard the one that Will Winters talked this summer at Iowa State Fair. It was a good one, and I think I've seen a lot of it in these ag chapters, and it's just human nature. These parents, some of them will get a little jealous of another one if that starts winning or something. And his message at Iowa State Fair last summer was that envy's the thief of joy.
Yep.
And if everybody gets behind each other, and my dad taught for 30 years, and he'd have some of them parents would just mesh so great and all encourage each other and work together, and then they'd win. I mean, everybody would win.
Yeah.
And then you'd have some of those years, they'd get jealous of each other, envious of each other, and it'd all fall apart.
Yeah.
Nobody'd win.
Yeah.
So.
It's just like a team.
It is.
I mean,
absolutely.
Like any sport, anything.
100%.
Or a job.
Yes, sir.
You can have 5 good ones. You hire that 6th one that's not the most team player, and it can all change.
Yep. You had to work on a pretty big team there when you worked for Rolls, huh?
A little bit, yeah.
That had to be a pretty big team.
It was. Yeah, it was fun. I mean, if you had to have a job not being in the pig, it was a very, very cool job.
Yeah.
But and I had an incredible. I mean, when I started PBG, I mean, I was, boys get home, get like 3 hours of sleep, and then go back.
Right.
I am far enough from it to say my team saved me.
Yeah.
If I were working for me as somebody, I'd be like, dude, what you think?
Right.
But they were an incredible team. So yeah, anytime you can get that together where hey, Bob's not here today, I'm gonna go ahead and talk to his guys and make sure they're going before you have to go ask him to go ask Bob. You know what I mean? They're just step up and fill the gap and see what's going around, and as opposed to having to tell everybody till you get into, well, why is that my job? Why didn't Steve do it? You know what I mean? Kind of stuff. Then it just all goes to heck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it was a fun job.
You were on the engineer side of things.
Yeah, we developed gas turbine engines for some of the stuff you see flying in the skies. So
yeah,
it's cool. We were working on like the next generation fighter beyond the one we're now. When I left, it was just cool.
That's really cool.
Very, very cool. And it's amazing. You put those projects together, you get thousands of parts, and you end up being held up by a little bolt.
Really?
Yeah, that you could buy at Home Depot Home Depot.
Yeah.
But you can't because it's military certified, but it's the same bolt.
That's crazy.
You hold up a $100 million program because somebody forgot to get the little bolt.
Yeah.
20 cents down the road. But so it was very, very fun.
So how are your duties at the, how is your farm work split up there? Who's got what duties?
So my brother mainly manages the farm pretty much 90% of the time now. He's that's his full-time deal, and he breeds hogs, and they collect those boars and everything there, and I'll help him if he needs it when he's gone, and if I'm there, and but that's pretty much 100% his deal now in terms of the production side of it.
Gotcha.
I'm gone a lot now, but we both help each other out when we're gone.
Yeah. So how would you? We won't go into best show. How would you differentiate some of them?
So I've had a lot of people ask me since I got back from San Antonio how this one compares to San Antonio and everything, and
I don't mention so much quality, but like how do you?
Sure. So the obvious differences is we can bring 4 here, and they can bring 1 there, and all the Texas majors like that. Each exhibitor can only bring 1 to the show, and this is our only major show that we can come to, and with the development of COBA, certified Oklahoma bred, that's kind of given us another option. But most of the guys will show the same pigs, at both of the shows here in Oklahoma. But one thing I will say is the financial support in Texas from the state of Texas to the junior exhibitor of livestock is second to none, and not to take anything away from any of these other states, and we have great support here, but just in terms of size and scope, there's so many more of those kids that get the opportunity to sell through their premium sales and get rewarded there in Texas, and the top 5 or 6 in those classes at San Antonio make the sale. Here in the Market Hog Show, they'll have 20-some hundred barras, and 65 of them make the sale. Right. And so that's a big difference that I've seen. And even Texas and Oklahoma together are so much more vast than the Midwestern states. I think at your guys' state fair, you have 5 of them that get a piece of something. And I mean, the breeders have kind of come forward and made some advances in that, and raised their own money, like money on the dirt deal, and all that stuff that's happened in Indiana. But Illinois, I think they only sell 2, and
I'm not sure.
Maybe 3 if they're Land of Lincoln. But if your grand is the Land of Lincoln, I think they only sell 1 or something. And it's so I really don't understand that. I think if more of our leadership in our states and leadership of these companies seen what this can do in terms of character building for kids, they wouldn't be wondering where they need to put their money. They'd know where they need to put their money. And I don't know. It's just it's just such a good thing.
I notice is, so when I'm down here, I'll give results. Like it seems like Todd will want to stop at number 3 because you got bronze.
Yeah.
So if you're 4th, 5th, like congratulations on being your next 2.
Sure.
I'm just saying, go to Texas, like
they'll.
And I was typing up results, and there's a 5th. They do top 5 in San Angelo. I was like, this doesn't feel right. To
right.
Top out a 5th.
Right.
It goes like that. A Gilt.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's just funny.
Well, the way we do it,
top 5 is huge. Up to you know what I mean.
Oh, absolutely.
That's enormous to get 5th overall.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just interesting how it's all evolved into where you put them and how deep you go for the banners.
Yeah, and with the way we do it here in Oklahoma, we have a preliminary sell order, and the idea behind that is to get the very best 65 head.
Yeah.
So you could be 5th in your class and make the sale, and you can win your class and not make the sale.
Oh yeah, it's a huge deal in the Gilt sale. Absolutely.
Well, and the barras, they do it the same way,
true.
But it's but in the it is so tough. I mean, just your odds aren't very high in that barra show, but it's a little bit more forgiving in the Gilt show. But
I'll tell you another interesting.
Man, it's gotten tougher as much as hot as that Gilt sale is. And it has been hot for a long, long time. Those kids are really wanting to get into that thing. What were you going to say?
I forget.
It's pretty cool. It's a cool deal they've made here with this Gilt sale. I mean, there's a lot of those kids that, buy those baby Gilts for $1,000, $1,500. Bring
the Gilt market.
Bring 100,000 here, or 30,000, and
that's in my opinion, the Ohio Gilt sale started hey, we can make these Gilts pay off.
Yeah.
I mean, across the country.
Yeah, it is.
Just raised the bar everywhere.
Capitalism at its finest. I mean,
Absolutely.
it's the greatest thing they've done here.
Well, we started off. We bought that JD Gilt, that blue Gilt, the first year, and that hit well for us. So
it did really well.
Gilts have been really good for us.
We've partnered up with Justin Day on a few of these Gilts that have been extremely high value, and after you buy them, you're like, oh my gosh, that's a lot of money. But every one of them that we bought out of that sale has made return on investment within the first litter. So here's your Polands starting out, and first one in the ring here looks pretty good. Sifting your first class here. We're sending them up the hill, and Chad will pick the ones he wants to send back and pin for your top 10, and then he'll rework that top 10.
So again, there's a total of 39 in two classes. First class is from August 1st to September 5th. Big class is July 1st to July 27th. I'll tell you that something that's not different anywhere you go is showmanship.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's
the advancement of that since I've showed is unreal. I mean, we'd go to those national shows and it'd be really good there, but you could still there was a big divide in who knew how to show and who didn't. Now they all know how to show, and it's just whose pig acts the best usually.
When's the last time you've had to see somebody help pin a pig?
Right. Yeah.
We used to, when I
boards
was
have been completely eliminated. You wouldn't even find one in here.
5 guys.
Yeah.
And you hope
herding them around
for the really good herding team, because they would stop the most fights in your pigs.
Right.
I know the last time I've seen somebody help, it's unreal. So congratulations to those kids. Work unbelievably hard.
Yep.
I'm always amazed they can sit there in a grand drive speech for 20 minutes and not move. I'm going to get down so I can try to grab results between classes.
Yes. He's getting them put back here in the pins. Again, this is your first class Poland Gilts, 2026 OYE. Got Chad Day here in the ring. It's your CPS judge. And Justin Rodabaugh there in the back, sending them up the hill, sorting them in the back there, sifting them. They'll flip-flop there on NSR Day. He's got his top 10 picked and gonna release these other kids here. Again, we got two classes of these Polands, and we're on our first class of Poland Gilts here. I believe that was the first Gilt that came up the hill and come into the big ring here. It's a really nice Poland Gilt the young man brings. I know that kid. I can't think of his name right off. He made the comment, I know everybody. I used to know everybody when I was a little younger in this Oklahoma deal, but it doesn't take long. You kind of, they age out. It's a nice Gilt. Young lady just comes out of the pin 7 with. She catches the pin right back. Really, really nice Poland Gilt. He's got 3 pin back. Got a little more pep in his step on these Polands than the Herefords, I think. I don't think Chad has any Herefords, but Got a few more pedigrees on these Polands, but now he's going to place him here. They're getting a little soft on their music today, and we need to have a little talk with our DJ over there. He could pump us up a little bit more. Well, I know why Todd comes up here now. I had one of those little oatmeal cream pie homemade deals, and that was pretty fantastic. Oh, Chelsea made that? Yeah. Chelsea Green did? Yeah, that was pretty. Yeah, he does every year. Yeah. Oh, really? Thought he'd have tons of entries. Yeah. So that girl, this girl underneath me here, underneath 635377. 63. I think they could have made a few lesser numbers. So that's Gentry Tatum from Adair, raised by Todd Show Pigs. Young lady there in the center with the towel hanging out of her back pocket. I would bet that is out of his Poland boar from Richie. $63,048. Dariah Claxton from Kansas FFA, bred by Staten Farms. That's the girl in the blue vest and white shirt. Born in the great state of Illinois from Staten. Democrat pig there. Young lady on the far side in the stripes. Got well, 635218. That's Paisley Hamer from Hello, FFA.
Another good class here. We get into our Poland's young lady in the green here in the center is going to start the class, and she brings the one that's got enough stoutness, enough feature to her. Still got some mobility out here and puts a skeletal width together. She was wanting to flare up on her there just a little bit there, and we eased her up, but definitely one in terms of quality, mass, and stoutness sorts herself up to the top end of this class. Thought it got a little closer between second and third. I like the young lady there on the far side for me here to end up being second in this class, and I think one, when you step off to the side of her, you appreciate her in terms of her angles. She's better in her shoulder. She's better in her hip and hind leg and the way she drives out here. I like the fresh look that she brings. She's better at the top side of her neck and the way she blends into her shoulder. She's got good spread. She's still stout enough when you step right in there behind her to carry her up to second in this class. But at the same point in time, the advantage in terms of probably shape up high goes to the young lady that comes out here in third. I like the shape. I like the muscle that she brings to this class. At the same point in time, as you get in and dig in on that one from a structure standpoint, she's more upright in her shoulder. She's steeper out of her hip and just a little more rigid in the way she uses her hind leg there. But at the same point in time, her elevation up front, her look, and her shapes, what keeps her up here in the top trio over the one that comes out here in fourth. The one that comes out in fourth, balance and build, very good from the side. Got a good length of step to her. I shouldn't say balance and build. Balance is where she needs to be a notch better. She's level in terms of her top line. I like to balance her up in her lower third of her skeleton, if you will. Her width's good. Her shape's good up high. You get off to the side of her. She wants to be a notch drier back there through the rear third of her skeleton, and then she just wants to be just a little more laborsome in the way she uses that hind leg. She just doesn't want to grab a gear there, plant drive with quite enough authority to get up around those other ones there that's got a little more shape and look right there ahead of her. One that comes out here next, another good Gilt, and as we get down here between 5th, 6th, and 7th and on down the line, I thought these Gilts right here got a little bit closer. I thought this one, due to just her added freshness up high, she still had some dimension and body shape and a good swoop to her belly when you get off to the side of her. I didn't read this one quite as genuine in terms of just skeletal width and skeletal shape when you get to see her come and go off of both ends of her skeleton, but a well-patterned type of a Gilt that moves her up here into this 5th spot today. One that comes out next runs out of just shape when you get right up on top of her. She's steeper out of her hip there, and we just got to make her more comfortable when we get her out here on the move. From there forward, she's got some dimension. She's got some expression of that forearm and some body shape. Like that about her. We just got to change her in terms of just rear leg structure to move her up in this class. Same goes for the Gilt that comes out next. Of the next three, she is the balanced Gilt from 7 to 10. But at the same point in time, when you step off to the side of that one, you got to make her go better off of each end of her skeleton. She gets to be one of the more upright ones in her shoulder, a little straighter there in her hip and hind leg structure there comparatively. But boy, you talk about one that's still got some elevation, still got some look to her. There's quality in that Gilt for certain. We just got to make her more comfortable when we get her out here on the move. One that comes out next probably plays out just a little bit from a show ring presence standpoint. Gets to be a little lower set at the point of her shoulder. She's a little easier there in the way her shoulder ties back into there, that top line. Need to strengthen her there, just freshen her up a little bit to get her up any higher. Balance and freshness goes to the Gilt here. I didn't read that one quite stout enough down low. I didn't think that one balanced quite as good back through her rear flank there when we stepped off to the side of her the longer the drive went on. Big broody one that comes out to round out the class. Probably gets to be one of the narrow ones down low. Gets to be one of the least script ones in terms of just shape when you get right up on top of her and just get her out and go. Big volume Gilt. Just need to tie some things together there to move her up in the class. Good class. Congratulations to those kids.
Well, congratulations, Gentry Tatum from Adair 4-H that won that class, bred by Todd Show Pigs, an altogether head start, raised by Todd Show Pigs. And I'm with Chad on that. Never had that one out of first. She won that class pretty easily. That was a excellent Poland Gilt. Second, Paisley Hammer from Tupelo FFA. We don't have any information on that one. Third was Taria Claxton from Kansas FFA. That's Kansas, Oklahoma. Bred by the great Poland breeder Staten Farms there from Illinois. And he informed me that that is an HS 33-3 housed at Staten's on a quick trigger sow. Fourth was Dylan Myers from Sperry 4-H, breeder Jeremy Bass all together, sorry not sorry. And then fifth was Connor Crane from Jinx FFA. That's a Hereford hog out a step ahead. Talking about teams that get along there earlier, young lady that wins that class from Adair, that is excellent ag program at that particular state. And man, had a labor auction the other night. I think that community brought in like $160,000 for those kids and that FFA program, and unreal accomplishment from a community. It's the kind of stuff you like to see. Working through your second class of Poland's here. Just two classes of Poland's. They're coming up the hill into the big ring. Shouldn't take much longer, and we'll have your champion reserve Poland. And that first class, that's a really good class, and depth all the way through there, as you guys seen, I'm sure, on the broadcast. But man, had a super big outlier there in that class winner. Was it Randy? Oh, excuse me, the fourth was Randy Box from Perry FFA. I had that one wrong. Fourth, right? Fourth in that class was Randy Box from Perry FFA. That's a Leopard bred hog. Barton there. Out of Rib Crib. Sorry for that. I thought he said Sperry FFA. Mr. Leopard there. Raised Poland's ever since I've been alive, so. All right, he's got 3 of them pinned so far. Another thing I'd like to say while we're just sitting here watching the hogs come through, we've got a benefit auction going on showpig.com at the moment for the OYE Purebred Hamp and York shows that are here at Oklahoma City, and some of us board members on the NSR board there in the respective breeds of the Hamp and the Yorks got together 4 or 5 years ago there and implemented that show here at OYE to give the breeders an opportunity for those male hogs to go in the summer and it was hard to sell those purebred males, and we wanted to create some way to get more involvement in the purebred male side of things, and man, that thing is really blown up, and it's a great thing for the kids. That Barra doesn't go against them in the number that they can bring here, so they can still bring 3, and they can bring that purebred Barra. I know last year I think we had close to 70 Yorkshire Barras, which is pretty amazing. I know there wasn't 70 Yorkshire Barras sold before we implemented that show here. But it's we give away a lot of money to those kids. I think grand champion in each one of those breed shows gets $5,000, and we had some money to put back in the endowment with the OIE, but we still need to raise money to pay deeper than the grand, and so we raised the money for those kids to get something out of that. We pay down 10 deep, and those sale spots get $1,000 each in the top 10 of each one of those, is I believe how it's structured. But if you're sitting there, have some time, hop on there. There's some stuff that's dang sure usable. There's feed, there's semen, there's supplements, and all kinds of stuff on this benefit auction for those 2 purebred Hamp and purebred York shows that are going to happen here. Again, we'll sell these gilts Tuesday that evening after the Hampshire Bear Show, and just a great event. Like I said, if you haven't come and watched it, it's the who's who of show pig production will be there. Really nice trio that runs out, and even this 4th one, he's going to work back this top end here, and man, lots of high quality pulling gilts coming out of them gates. Got Mr. Roy Flock over there, glad that he was able to make it down and represent the CPS. Mr. Ramsey's your announcer today and throughout the whole show. It's a great job there at Blue and Gold. It's an Oklahoma thing, fundraiser, sausage and bacon, and we eat it in my house. And appreciate his support to the Oklahoma Youth Expo. a dang nice pin of Poland's out here. Really solid set of gilts. So I've got some info. The young lady in the denim longer skirt out there in the middle with that real stout gilt is going behind Chad right now. That is Olivia Guthrie from Vian FFA. And that is another Poland gilt that's raised by Todd Show Pigs, sired by All Together. A 623910. That would be the young lady closest to the holding pins. Coming towards the corner, coming towards the judges right now. That is Madeline Parker from Copan FFA. Andy Zeller and family raised that hog, sired by Zesty. Again, that would be the young lady there with brown hair and the blue shirt turning in front of the girl in the skirt. Another really nice Poland gilt. Young man that was just pinned is Mason Drees from Medford FFA. That's another pig raised by Todd Show Pigs, sired by All Together. Six 636-078. That's Colt Pritchard from Duncan 4-H. That's a young man. And then the young lady in the glasses, the blue shirt, that's Emma Selvage from Morris FFA. Bred by 5S Show Pigs. That's a Head Start State and Facts. Be the young lady in the blue shirt, light blue shirt with the glasses. So I got it down to your top three here. Young lady in the denim skirt is going to be 3. The little boy's 2. And Emma Selvage is your class winner.
Another interesting class here, and differences and differences of quality. That's the good part about it. As Justin and I was sitting over here, going back and forth, and just what we were each seeing here, and the top trio particularly, I think, are all very good individuals, and there's some differences all the way through them. I go back to the young lady here in the blue, and I think that one there, of the top three, of being the combination, she is that in those areas. She's got feature, she's got some shape, she's got some dimension to them, and still got some comfort out here. when we get her on the move. And of those top 3, being the combination of still having spread and some freshness is what allows her to start this class for me. The young man that ends up being in second kind of works his way up into the top pair here. Again, in terms of just type and kind and balance is what keeps this pig right up here towards the top end. From a hip forward particularly, I like the dimension, I like the freshness, I like the way that gilt blends better at the top side of her neck back into her blade there. And maybe change her just ever so slightly there in that hip and hind leg set when you read her there from her jump muscle back to her tail. But again, when you get into that one, and still where she brings the freshness, the look, and just the immaturity look out here when we study these two is what keeps her up over the gilt that's going to end up being in third. Without a doubt, the heaviest bone, most extreme one, and the one that's got some interesting pieces to her is the gilt that ends up being in third. That one there is certainly one of the burlier ones we've seen today. She's stout about her skull. She's big in terms of her feature down low. When you get in on this one, where do you stack that one up in terms of just maturity about her head and her neck? She wants to get a little easier in her top line, and she's just a little more off balance there when you step off to the side of her in her hip to shoulder relation there when you watch her go from the profile. But boy, man, that thing does have a lot in terms of feature, in terms of stoutness in there. A very good individual that ends up being in third in this class. One that I like a lot of things about is this young lady that ends up being in fourth. Build and design, look, freshness, very good, very eye-appealing when you step off to the side of that one. Got to ask yourself, well, does that one just simply have enough at the ground in terms of bone feature, particularly when you study that one in her front leg column there and down to her foot? She probably gives up the most there, and then studying her rear foot in terms of just overall feature is where I would change that gilt. But build, design, and pattern in that thing, very, very good in a lot of areas there. Just didn't quite read that one, maybe quite stout enough comparatively the ones right above her there when you step off to the side of her there in terms of just overall feature and density in the lower third of her skeleton. One that comes out next kind of runs into the same scenario there. I didn't read that one quite as stout down low. Didn't read that one quite as genuine as just her overall skeleton when you get to digging in on that one there in terms of width, in terms of just fresh muscle shape up on the top side of her skeleton there. I thought she just maybe got just a notch plainer and a notch frailer as well when we stepped off to the side of that one from the profile. One that comes out here in sixth, 7th, and we start getting down through the line here. We get into the same scenarios there that we get into in a lot of classes just in terms of structure. This one here gets a little more upright in her shoulder there. She doesn't want to plant and drive, and then she just maybe doesn't balance up quite as good when you get off to the side of her there in terms of just her proportions. She gets a little more jammed up off of both ends of her skeleton there, just like a stretcher out there, particularly in that hip and hind leg when you watch that one go from the side. One that comes out next, length and extension, goes to the gilt that does come out here in 7th. Didn't see that one tying into her top quite good enough. She gets a little rounder there in her hip, wants to maybe camp underneath herself just ever so slightly when you watch her from the profile. But most importantly, we just got to reconstruct the rear third of her skeleton to move her up in this class. Coming on down the line here between 8th, 9th, and 10th here. Again, we get into a trio of gilts here. From a balance standpoint, they've got a good look to them. From a structure standpoint, we just got to make them more comfortable. They're too upright in their shoulder. They're a little steeper out of their hip and hind leg. We just got to make them go just a notch better in this class. Good class, though. Give them a big hand if you would, please.
Well, congratulations to Emma Selvage there from Morris FFA with a pig raised by her and her family. That'd be a 5S show pigs. It's a Head Start State and Facts. Born on the 14th day of July. Second in that class was Colt Pritchard from Duncan 4-H. The gilt raised by Richie Livestock. Third was Olivia Guthrie from Vian FFA, raised by Todd Show Pigs. Another gilt sired by Altogether. Fourth was Madeline Parker from Copan FFA. That was a Zesty sired gilt raised by Zeller. Fifth was Emily Story from Matan here. is your champion Poland drive. We got the first and second out of each class up here. And here comes Gentry Tatum from Adair with that Todd Showpig's bred gilt. And then Emma Selvage obviously will represent the second class. I don't know, Ted. As much as you like Polands and as much as you like to buy boars, I might just buy that Class 1.
I told you I stay in my lane.
That's a nice. That's a nice set of gilts. Nice set of gilts.
They are.
That one looks like she could make a boar. It's been a really good Poland drive, as all of you I'm sure could see on TV. But here in person, man, it's incredible how they've gotten these things so much better.
Yeah, stout but still cool. I mean, just that extension and power.
Yeah.
And the hip. I mean, hind leg and everything.
They don't look like your 1950 Polands.
They do not. They do not. They probably won't look like our 2030 Polands either.
No, they won't. That's one thing that we were.
How much bigger can we make legs?
There was some of us that were looking at pictures last night at dinner from 2022, and we thought that we had them stout as heck then. And just in 4 short years, you can already see the advancement we've made in the way we've gotten them so much stouter. I mean,
I went through the extended pedigree of sires when Wide Awake won. I posted that.
Now
I found all the pictures. I'm gonna post that.
Yeah.
All the sirens to see where.
It's really cool to look at.
Where it happened. Like
it's really cool to look at.
And, what we thought was heavy bone to what we have now.
But you go back to the original one, and most of them dark crosses go back to 105.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's so many shots of that in there. And that hog, you go back to his photo, and he was a heavy bone hog. And,
I haven't gotten back that far.
Had some big feet.
Yeah.
I'll send you the photo of him. He's and that was it's almost kind of like we went wild there for a minute, and we're closer to what he was now than we were like in the late 90s, early 2000s. But yeah, I love looking at stuff like that. It's cool to see the progression of the livestock.
Yeah, it's cool. The other thing, I saw him back like 4 generations, and the breeders of, it was like Heimer, Wintex, just like who you would think.
Sure.
And they were the funniest, or the most interesting. Like I think, we'll let Chad talk.
Yeah.
Again, put your hands together as we get into our Polands here. A good set of Polands to work through. We thought the quality on the top end of this breed has been very, very good. I think you bring these two out here. I mean, they exemplify in terms of just feature, stoutness, and power. As we were sitting over here discussing, the differences in the two in terms of just age and maturity and where we think they're at in terms of just freshness and look and still keeping some freshness on the top side. And we can maybe nitpick both of them in an area or two. We go back to the one that probably hit us in terms of just being a nickel more elevated at the point of her shoulder, got a little more extension, maybe just a little better in terms of just that head neck transition back into her blade there, and still got features, still got squareness and some stoutness to her. We like the one out of Class 2 to be our champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Emma Selvage there for the champion Poland Gilt. Again, that's Gilt that her and her family raised out of Head Start, State and Facts South.
Brings in Colt Pritchard from Duncan with an altogether. Who bred that one again?
Oh yeah, that would be the Richie bred hog.
Richie, okay.
Yeah. Here's your reserve selection.
Drop that second in. Certainly one that's got some shape and some look up there. I go back to one, though, that still follows in type and kind in terms of just comfort. I like her in terms of just the way she handles her hip and hind leg. I think she's a notch longer hip. I'd maybe like to lean that one down from a feed bucket standpoint, but I still like that one second best. Congratulations to this young lady out of the first class.
That is Tatum Gentry there from 8 4-H, raised by Todd Show Pigs, sired by All Together. Congratulations to everyone involved there.
That brings in Paisley Hammer from Tupelo. Did we ever get any?
We didn't get anything on that one, no, from Tupelo. How many of these are they going to sell? Or is it predetermined?
I do not. I don't think it is.
They'll just line up like 10 of them or so and
I remember
decide.
We bought that $65,000 Gilt. You remember her?
Yeah, I do remember
they took
her.
Like 13 polls that year or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that one was incredible. So backstory on that deal, I was contending bidder on that Gilt as a baby. Obviously not as a big hog.
Oh.
I mean,
I was going to get ready to say thanks.
Yeah, as a baby, and just gave up a little too early.
So that was 636s.
You still have some daughters running around out of her?
Do not. So who was that that just went out of the ring there?
Did the girl in the denim just come out?
Yes.
Yeah. That's the girl from Bayan, Olivia Guthrie. It's another all-together Gilt.
Okay, so
bred by Todd.
Pritchard then would have been third.
Yeah.
This
is that zesty Gilt coming out. Yeah, fourth was the girl from Bayan out of Altogether, raised by Todd. I don't know what zesty is. That's a nice Gilt.
It's
Andy Zeller and family.
Zeller bred, yep.
Copan. That's a really cool place. If you've never been to Copan, you should go out there and right there at the Osage, where the wild horses roam.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Who is that?
That would be the Madeline Parker from Copan.
Yep.
Andy Zeller and family.
Gotcha.
You know the pulling board named Zesty.
Yes.
That's the sire.
Gotcha. I'm sorry. I'm trying to catch up with the kid. FFA, FFA, or 4-H.
I don't know who has Zesty, but
I'm not going to say, because I'll get it wrong. He is not a premium blend genetics.
Well, I didn't think so. That's what I was wondering. I didn't think he was.
Yeah. I think I know, but I don't want to say it. I'll look it up.
I got you.
I think he stayed close to home.
You know, the cool thing about Hawaii, too, this time of year, if you get, for some odd reason, get tired of watching show pigs, you can always go to the state tournament over here and
I saw that. I've
watch
always
the
wanted to go in
basketball
there,
games.
yeah.
And if you were going to go last night,
Yeah.
or if you were going to go watch it, you should have went last night when Millwood played. They got like 3 of those kids that are committed to D1 schools,
Oh, yeah.
3A school, and I mean, they were throwing it down.
Oh, yeah.
I think they beat those poor kids 56 points, but it kind of looked like the Thunder playing a 5th grade team, but nothing to take away from the other team. But
Yeah. Zesty, purple power, Borsted.
oh, there you go. Shout out to Chris and Susan.
Chalmers, Indiana. All right, so let me put this together.
So Champion Reserve there come out of the same regional show. What's that? Yeah, he can,
Okay, sorry.
yeah. Those 2 pigs were shown at the same. They got the same raise there, about 20 minutes apart. But go ahead. Yeah, I can put it up closer to your mouth there.
Champion was.
Hey,
I don't think I.
yeah, there you
There
go.
we go.
There you go.
There we go. Emma Selvage was champion from Morris FFA. Bred by Selvage, sired by Head Start. Reserve was Gentry Tatum from Adair 4-H. Todd Show Pigs all together. 3rd overall, Colt Pritchard, Duncan 4-H. 3rd overall, Richie all together. 4th overall, Olivia Guthrie, Bayan FFA. Todd Show Pigs all together. 5th overall, Madeline Parker, Copan. I should just let you say those.
Yeah,
names.
Copan.
You got that Indian influence. You're never sure how that A is. Copan. 5th overall, Zeller out of Zesty. So
Yep.
Congratulations to all those folks. Awesome set of Polands.
They were good. I was impressed with those Polands. That was a nice set.
So we have 4 classes of spotted Poland Chinas to finish out our day. There are.
That'll be good.
Let's see how many we got. About 103 Poland China gilts. So now Jake always reminds me that he was either on yours or Chris's judging team when you were about maybe 10 or 11. It was Cody Farr, or Taylor Farr, Cody Smith, him, and he thought, was it you or Chris?
Yeah, I mean, it was one of us. But yeah, that was always cool when you went to those national deals. You could kind of just recruit a little team right there.
Rex.
Right
Rex kind of pulled that whole deal together. I think it was.
Yeah, speaking of Rex, he texted me there earlier and asked if, what do you think about those kid showing with 2 whips, and
sorry,
you know, out here and when you're showing the hog, I say whatever, get your pig looking the best you can. Showmanship, probably not the place to do it, but they everybody's.
I guess I already kind of gave my just to clarify my side. To me, whatever let that kid exhibit that animal the best. If he's not distracting,
100%.
We used to show with long canes.
Canes,
and then we showed with short canes.
Yeah.
Then we showed with long flappers, and then then we went to whip. So
that's the deal, that these kids are so sharp, and it's at such an intense level now. They know how to make their hog look the best they can, and if it takes 2 whips and a leaf blower, they're going to do it.
Here's the other thing: we used to. Your brush went in your back pocket.
Yeah.
And if that came out, and when I was showing, I'm talking when I was showing. If you touched that pig with that brush anywhere, like you were done on showmanship.
I see.
Like,
yeah.
You might brush the shaving off, but then that pocket went in your. I mean,
I had to go in there.
And now, look where we are now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, it changes. To me, if that kid's not distracting away from the other, you know.
Sure.
If he's not distracting that judge from seeing every other pig in that ring.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know that kid's home situation, but you know what I mean? Like,
oh, yeah.
Who knows? And that's the best way you can get it shown.
Yeah, if they're getting them shown good, it's...
Right. So, that's the one opinion I'll put out there today.
Yep. Are your grandkids getting to the age where they can show?
They are.
Are they? You guys going to try to show some swine? Or?
I don't know. They love it.
Uh-huh.
That's just another level of stuff to do during time. So, I mean, whatever they want to do, they will do.
Absolutely. That's where I'm at. Let them do what they
like
do what they like to do.
When your hobby becomes your job, you don't have a hobby anymore.
Right.
You know? So I don't know. I mean, hey, I'll tell you what. If they want to show, we will be behind them 1,000%. It's just,
yep.
You know, already doing basketball, gymnastics, swimming, hockey.
Well,
we'll see where it all falls into play. As long as they're doing something they love, man, I'm good. Like, that's all I care. If they had a good day and they're healthy and happy, I'm cool.
Don't know how good you got it, do you, when they're healthy?
Yeah, that is absolutely correct.
No, this showing deal, it's year round now. We'll come out of this thing, and them jackpots will fire up in the Midwest, and then go into Expo, and it'll be here before you know it.
Yeah. That's crazy.
State fair season then. Expo, CPS after that, or before those Midwest state fairs.
Yeah. I love the nostalgia of Iowa.
I do too. I'm glad we decided to go back there.
Yeah. I mean, to me, that's just nostalgia-wise. That's awesome.
Right, and you kind of get a few more with them Western states that come out for that deal, and then I guess Louisville will be there in Indiana.
Look, see, that's funny you said that, because I always
Louisville
say that.
Will be in Indiana.
Like, it's not in Louisville.
Okay,
Summer type. Louisville to me.
Yeah. Summer type will be in Indiana.
Yeah.
Yeah, that just come out natural like that.
It's just funny you said
that. The theme for last year was perfect for that show. You know, a tradition like no other. Because it really was. I mean, that was like where you got to show in air condition. You know, not every place was AC like it is now. And
you're saying from which one was that? Louisville was?
Summer type, yeah. Summer Spectacular.
NJSS.
NJSS. There you go.
Yeah. Oh, I see. People talk about like painting and all that. I mean, we used to on those Polands. Well, everything like Burke's, you shoe polish, powder, paint. You know, what I mean, oil. And,
oh, really?
Oh, yeah. And Chester's would be. They'd make a paste out of, and they'd leave that on there all night. Any white ones, and then like blue ones, you would powder all over. And try to get just as much on there as you can without it popping when the whip. You know what I mean? So we've evolved some ways to letting kids do more with their project, and some ways, you know what I mean, to the oil isn't, that's kind of Not good. I don't know, where did that come from? No oil.
Oil?
Yeah, no oil.
Oh, no oil?
Where did that start?
I don't know.
Is that because
Probably
you can't
some
detect it from paint?
Probably some pigs got hot or something at a show, and they decided that they didn't need to put oil on them or something. I don't know, but this is a water only show.
Yeah,
but those
right.
kids that are diehards, they do it so much at home that it's in their skin, and you spray water on them, and it glistens like oil anyway. I mean, they stain them with that paint at home, and then they get here and it already looks painted. You know, they don't even have to paint them. The routine of it.
Yeah.
So I guess
I'm not
that
for or against
view,
it. I just wondered what. I
Yeah.
mean, I didn't know where that.
I don't know where that come from either, but it's
The other parts we used to have leave at least a 1/4 inch. I think it was.
of hair. Yeah. Now nobody dares to cut any hair off of them. Yeah.
Can we put that in a ponytail?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. Anything that lets a kid work hard and get smarter and better.
Heck yeah.
I'm cool as long as you stay in the rules.
From a judge, I guarantee you, most judges would tell you this too. I mean, we've all tried to breed hair into these hogs here lately, but when you're out there judging, you don't even really think of it. It doesn't even come across your mind, and I don't know. In some regards, some of those hogs at San Antonio, now we're getting some of these things that are like have that poodle hair.
Oh, I know.
And it's kind of that kind of takes away from them, I think. But I've never once, and I know a lot of these judges are the same way. I've never once thought, man, if that pig just had a little more hair, he'd have won the class.
Yeah.
You know, or something like that. I mean, it's from a lot of aspects, this thing has evolved and changed, but still the basics have always been the same, really.
Oh yeah. Starts at toes. I mean.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But it is crazy how you look back at some of those pictures and you can remember the time and place and where you were at, and you thought, man, that was the stoutest one of that day. And you look back at them, they got little pencil legs and look like deer bone things in the photos.
I sold a board to SGI, and I got his picture. It was a Hamp board under the glass of my desk, and I look at that. If that gets uncovered, I'm like, we thought thing was the stoutest thing in the world.
Yeah.
He wouldn't make it through they may not even let him make him up to the sift ring. They may say, for lack of embarrassment, could you just take that pig for you and for me? Let's just
not
do that. It is amazing. I got the picture.
Yeah, I was looking for this photo to show you, and I can't get it to load for some reason.
Oh, I remember his picture. I just hadn't worked. I haven't got the pictures all the way back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to say anything isn't 105. Well, we'll say very little. What's the most impressive boar you've ever seen?
The most impressive boar I've ever seen?
You don't have to answer.
I don't know, man. I've been hit by a bunch of them. I tell you, a boar that really hit me hard the first time I seen him, and
nothing at PBG. So we'll rule that out. I'm not.
When I was at a real influential age. Creature at Cobb's.
Yeah.
When I seen that hog, that hog was like out there in terms of bone. And I don't know. Did Visionary have some creature in him? That boar was. That boar was the kind that nobody will forget. I mean, in the females that he put together, there's still Visionary in tons of these hogs. But anyway, creature. I went there and looked at those boars at Cobb's, and those guys were killing it during that time. I mean, you couldn't turn them, and that boar was next level just in terms of stoutness, and that's how they come up with his name. He was a creature, but
probably the two most. And it's kind of some back to back, but we went to Cobb's. They're having an online sale that night, but we went to look at Visionary and Beyond.
Yeah.
And they bring Visionary out. I'm like, oh my gosh. I like to myself, I just put my head down, and I'm keep going, looking at his back legs to look for injection sites.
Right.
Because I kept, and there wasn't. I mean,
yeah.
But then Beyond came out, and I just like, that's a different species. He died.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he came out Winter Expo the first year. That thing was. I'm talking about my boars.
Yeah.
The boar that's. Oh, you go ahead and answer.
Oh, another one would have been Super Special.
Mm-hmm.
So Whitman raised that hog, and I was running around buying a lot of pigs at that time. And that was when Whitman was in Nebraska.
Yep.
And I seen him, and I seen that whole litter. I actually bought 2 of those litter mates. We showed a bear at Expo that was a litter mate to Super Special. And he would have been, he wins his class, but that boar, man, he had it going on at that time. Kind of, you talk about guys that impact stuff and have just a set of hogs that look different from other ones. And so Super Special makes Bear, and then you think of what Bear did for Cobb. I mean, that goes, Super Special goes back to that Superman and Super 7, all that kind of stuff. And I remember Super 7 at Duncan as a baby pig. That was a really nice hog. Reaching Out, that'd be another one. When he sold at Duncan as a baby.
Yep.
You know, that was the first little baby pig there, bringing 80-some thousand. That was wild. S&M Hamps.
That was Indiana State. You were up at Indiana State Fairs in that.
During the Crossbred Classic days.
That was unreal.
Oh, it was just crazy.
That was Christmas Eve.
There was an energy to that place.
Oh, nothing. It's the best.
And it was unreal. I mean, it was like Duncan in the summer. Only it had that Midwest feel. Those guys.
That big group with bowling, and they'd walk around, get them all out.
Right.
Oh, it was unreal. That was awesome.
I took a boar up there. Would have been 07, I think. Been the first summer hogs out of Tsunami, and he just come off of having Grand Reserve here at this show. And God, that was a wild time. I mean, I just wanted to take the boar that was one of the first times I got to go.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was awesome.
That barn was full of Hamps.
Yeah.
There was another breed. I don't know if Chester. I don't know. There was another breed, but it was like 2/3 or 3/4 of that.
The Duroc show was always fun to watch.
Yeah.
We'd taken Durocs.
Right?
Yeah. It was kind of weird because they would have it on its own day.
Right.
But I think we had Reserve Duroc one year up there, Reserve Gilt. But here we are on your first class of spots. We'll quit chattering.
Yep.
But looks like the quality's going to be pretty crazy after what I've seen dropped in here so far. It's a snazzy looking gilt on the far side there that young lady's got with the yellow. But they're coming up the hill, and
that's another thing. I visioned, like when I heard up the hill before I came, I'm visioning like
a big hill.
10 foot.
Right.
Where's the hill?
Like Denver or something.
Yeah.
Well, it's a little bit of an incline, you know.
It is. I'm not mocking. I just thought
it's kind of like
it is cool how you come up there and hit the bright lights.
Right.
I'll check out. You got them covered, and I'll see what I can do on pedigrees.
Okay. Got our judging team from Eastern in the back, keeping everything straight, working with them. Got a Louisiana native there working the gate. Guy Marquez, I believe. Shout out to Cody. You'd be proud, Cody, how he's working that gate, man. He is really putting some effort into it, leaning on that panel over there. He's got sent 3 back so far. They're the girl in the yellow. Got to go back and get a pin. Young man's going in the pin there in the green. I don't know, how big are these spot classes? 27 in this first class. They have an ice chest up here or anything? I don't do that. It's a nice set of spot gilts. Got 6 pinned. Again, if you're just hanging out watching the show, be sure to go to showpig.com and check out our fundraising sale for the champion or the purebred Hampshire and Yorkshire Bears there. We need some funds to sponsor that show and give those kids some winnings, pay the top 10 there in each one of those breeds. Again, there's some really cool stuff there that you can use and get something out of while helping out the show. Here we go. We're going to work through this top 10 in the first class of spot gilts. Got Rachel Swinford on the gates there. Chad Day in the ring sorting. Steve Thompson from the Oklahoma Farm Bureau. Get you some numbers and some info on these kids. This is Kylie Blim coming out of Pen 6 here. Maha Orlando, bred by JD Show Pigs. The girl in the yellow vest, or the yellow shirt with the blue vest, that is Liddy Novak from Okarche. That's raised by Jennings out of Titan. The great Titan boar there that's done so well here in the spotted breed. She's got a look about her. The young lady in the dark blue shirt that's coming across here towards Chad. Right now, coming across there, that is Lila Pickering from Kiefer, bred by Lee Livestock, sired by Insurrection. Another really nice gilt. One in the center right here, coming in front of Chad, is out of Insurrection. Some of these we don't have info from. So 635980. That's Maddie Dries from Medford FFA. The Gambler Speak Up. And that is the young lady coming across right here in the light blue shirt with two whips right in front of the judge. So he's got 4 pin back. He's working through his bottom 6 or so here. Young man there is going to go in 7. The young lady needs to get her pig out of the pen, but It wanted to go into the pin there, but I don't know if he's going to place her or leave her out. He's going to leave her on out. He's going to leave her on out. That's the Titan Gilt. Now he's going to rework this top 4. Top 5, since he's already got one out there. Okay. Let's see if I can get a number on this Gilt here. Gilt coming out of 2. That's Kylie Blim. That's the JD Bred Hog. Young lady in the FFA vest, we don't have any information on her. That is Lily Vandevort from Washington FFA.
Don't worry about me. I didn't know that was out there. Don't worry about me.
This.
What's your spot Gilt out of?
745. Young man out there, that is Cash Seawright from Elgin 4-H. We do not have a pedigree on that hog.
You know this kid from Elgin, where his hog come from or anything? Okay.
I guess Jared does.
Young man in the green, that's a Swinford bred Gilt. So close here in this white shirt, that's Kylie Blim. It's a JD Bred Gilt. How to hit the ditch. Young lady in the yellow shirt over there with that Gilt fighting her, that's the Titan Pig from Brady Jennings. Working her way up here. Top 3 right now. Titan Gilt goes 3rd. We've been told the young man in the green is a Gilt from Swinford. We don't have the pedigree, but we'll get it. Then the young lady in the white shirt is Kylie Blim. That's a pig raised by JD out of Hit the Ditch. Really nice pair of spot gilts. Here's Chad's comments.
We get into our first class of spots here, and we've got a good class, and like so many of the Poland classes there, I think we've got quality up, particularly in the top handful of them there, and then it's a matter of just differences of stepping off and figuring out where you want to land on some things and what you're going to be okay with in an area or two. I think both of these gilts here surface up to the top in terms of just muscularity and power and dimension. Design of these two is very similar, in my opinion, out here. You get in here and you get the study them, you got to study them in a couple areas, in my opinion. One of them is better when they drive at you in terms of their chest and the way their front foot hits the ground. One of them is maybe a shot better in terms of just their shoulder set when they get out here and go. I think both of them have more than enough in their extremities. I think there's one that just composes itself just a notch better, and where we need to keep emphasis in spotted hogs, I think she is a notch better in that aspect. I like the young man to start this class. That pig there is a notch better in terms of his chest when he comes right at you, and I'm not going to tell you either one of them are really composing themselves just overly great at this point in time here, and I know we had them out here just for a little bit, but in terms of just power, in terms of squareness when we come right at you, and boldness of chest, dimensions up on the top side of her skeleton, like I said, I think they're both very similar. I think the one that wins the class, in my opinion, is just a notch better in terms of when she just gets out here and maintains just a little bit more of a comfortable stretch of the two, but I think both of them are very good. The one that gets out here in second, just simply when she comes at you, I'd like to change her in the way her shoulder is. She rolls out the most in her elbow there. She's a little wider than deemed ideal when she comes right at you. I like her shape up high. Both them two gilts there, I think a very, very high quality. Front third of their skeleton is what separates the pair, in my opinion, in this particular scenario. One that comes out next is one that just keeps working her way up the line. I think one that's got some elevation up front. She's got some shape. She's very fresh in terms of her look. At the same point in time, for the amount of power that she brings compared to those two stouter ones ahead of her, I didn't read that one quite as authentic in terms of her movement. She's a little straighter in her shoulder, maybe just wants to be a nice choppier in that rear step, but boy, in terms of just look, in terms of freshness up high, still having some shape and still having some features, what kept her in the top three in this class. The one that comes out next, again, one that's got some look and got some extension up front. I thought that one got a little easier in her top there. Again, I didn't read that one quite as secure in the way she set down in her rear wheels there in terms of just foot bone and pasturing placement there on those rear two. I do think that one balances good, though. She's got a good look to her. I just didn't read that one quite as stout as those ones up there at the top end of that class versus those top two or three. One that comes out next here is one, again, in terms of width and power, she comes at you again. She's a little bit like the one there in second, a little too wide, but where this one plays out, she doesn't have enough shape when you get right out of the backside of her blade in terms of curvature in the upper portion of her skeleton. I didn't read that one quite as bold, quite as round. Didn't read that one quite as good in terms of just that hip and hind leg there from the side view profile there. She gets a little shorter there on the top side of her hip there when you step off to the side and study that one when she goes. The one that comes out next here is another gilt. Maybe didn't cooperate quite as good. I like some things about this gilt, though. This is a gilt that maybe with a little better attitude can move up in this class. I think her lines are very good. She's one of the leveler ones when you study her from blade to hip. I maybe didn't read that one, though, right when you get up into her forearm and into her shoulder. She gets to be a little flatter in the way her forearm lays back over her forerib there. Doesn't give you quite the stoutness there and the punch and the right behind her blade in the upper skeleton as you transition that one back into her top line. One that comes out next, again, another one here towards the end, maybe one to just not be as cooperative as some of them. I did think this gilt, though, in terms of as I described, the one right there ahead of her, build and design of this gilt is very good. She's got a good silhouette to her. She's still got some spread. She's still got some dimension when you get right up on top of her. I maybe didn't see this one quite as trendy in terms of her look there when you get off to the side of her versus the ones on up the line there. She just maybe gets a little easier in terms of her top there, reads with a little more down through the rear third of her skeleton in terms of just overall condition. Her added just volume and mass, though, kept her over the gilt that comes out next. Good build, good design. We just got to make her wider and stouter to get her up any higher. And as we get down here in 9th and 10th into the same type of scenarios as we always do, just need to balance them up, maybe just get them to compose just a little bit better. I didn't read either one of these two with quite the shape or just quite the muscle expression as some of them on up the line there. Good class, though. Interesting pair there on the top end. Congratulations to all those kids.
Winners from Class 1 spots. First place, Cash Seawright from Elgin. Number 2, Kylie Blim from Mulhall, Orlando. Number 3, Liddy Novak from Okarche. Number 4, Lily Vandevort from Washington. Number 5, Adriana Trillo from Calumet. Number 6, Jimmy Trejo Raines from Jones Academy. Number 7, Nolan Roberts from Comanche. Number 8, Lila Pickering from Kiefer. Number 9, Maddie Dries from Medford. And number 10, Hunter Dupree from Elk City. Lily Vandervoort was a showmanship winner there in the Class 1 spots. We have got a debit card that's been turned in. It's got a name on it, Kayla Perry. It's here at the announcer stand. And if we could have a Jackson Dale Coffin. We have something of yours here at the announcer stand as well.
Alrighty, we're on. So, Class 1 spots. First was Cash. I'm going to get this wrong, probably. Seright, S-E-R-I-G-H-T. From Elgin 4-H, bred by Swinford, sired by Titan. Second, Kylie Blim. Mulhall Orlando FFA. JD Show Pigs hit the ditch. Third, Letty Novak. Karcha FFA, bred by Liston Show Pigs. Sired by Downshift. Fourth, Lily Bandevort, Washington FFA. And fifth was Adriana Trujillo, Calumet FFA. So that's what we got there. Second class is in. Second class of 4. Farrowed between August 1st and August 8th. 24 records, or 24 fields in this class. It does say Adriana, the 5th place Adriana was from CKL as well, but doesn't have the pedigree. So that's what we know on Class 1. We'll be back.
Another good pair up here on the top end of this class. The young lady's going to start the class, and I think one that comes in here, and both these I think are very, very high quality. I think they're individuals that got show ring presence about them. They got good shape. They're square. The young lady that comes at me is a notch better when she comes right at you. Dimensions up high is very good. I think comfort and squareness when you step in behind that one's extremely good. She's fresh about her shape when you get up on top of her. I think a very good gilt to start this particular class. The one that ends up being in second, build design and freshness is very good in that particular hog there. I think that one there's got a good look in the front third of her skeleton. That one there in terms of just her overall build and presence is extremely good. That particular gilt for me, when you step in and you start studying that one in the front third of her skeleton, that's where you correct that one. She's a little more upright in her shoulders. She wants to labor and push just a little more up front. I like to square her up when she comes right at you, particularly at the ground versus the gilt right there ahead of them. But I think two of them that offer a lot of good to the breed in terms of the areas that they are good, in terms of shape, in terms of feature, in terms of stoutness. Two very nice gilts there on the top end of this class. One that ends up coming out here in third, without a doubt. This is a big volume, stout, productive looking type of a gilt here. Big rib, very loose in terms of just the way she moves when she comes across the ring. For me, when you get into that gilt and you get to studying her, she wants to be of that top pair, probably one of the narrower ones and the ones that's a notch flatter in terms of just her overall dimension, particularly when you step right in there behind her. She funnels the most from her hip down to the base, down to the base of her foot there when she goes away from you. But again, another one there that's just got so much more substance, so much more scale, and just sheer volume over the gilt that's going to end up being in fourth in this class. One in fourth has got some wild pieces and some extremities to her for sure. Heavy bone, got a big hind leg in her, hairy, all the things that we hear a lot of people want to talk about this day and age. The longer the drive goes on, you got to ask yourself, where does that one fit in terms of just overall size and frame and just overall pounds of stoutness versus the ones right there ahead of her. She simply is not quite there in terms of just that overall volume, if you will, versus the ones right there ahead of her. She too's one that we've got to make just a notch better there in terms of just that front foot set and the way she comes out here. She's a little bit softer, maybe just wants to paddle just a little more in the way she uses that front foot versus those ones on up the line. But definitely from a quality standpoint, certainly some things in that one right there that have to be commended to keep her up towards the top end of this class. The one that comes out next here probably's got as good a look as any of them in the front third of her skeleton. She's elevated at the point of her shoulder, but with that being said, she gets more upright off of both ends of her skeleton. She gets to be one of the frailer ones of the top 4 or 5 in this particular class here. We just need to stouten her up relative to her upper portion of her skeleton, get things to fit together and match just a notch better to move her up in this class. One that comes out next here probably has an advantage in terms of just overall comfort, in terms of shoulder set from the side. She's not as good at the ground, though, when she comes at you. And then when you get up on top of this one right here, I didn't read her quite as clean, quite as expressive when you get right up on the top side of her back there versus the one right there ahead of it. But I thought that one, in terms of just balance, in terms of just rear leg comfort, kept her up over the one that comes out here in 7th. One in 7th is extreme in terms of shape when you get up on top of her, but at the same point in time, when you get to studying that one from a structure standpoint, she's straighter in her shoulder. We got to correct her when she goes away from you. She wants to roll the most probably of any of the top 7 in this class in terms of the way her hawk works there from behind. We get down here between 8th, 9th, and 10th. Again, we get into some structure issues, a little straighter, doesn't go quite as good, but man, that one's got a big back and a big rib cage in her. We get down here to the next one coming out, same type of scenario, got a big volume type of a gilt there. Didn't read that one quite as tidy, quite as trendy in terms of just her look from the side there when you step off to her. Gets a little shorter in her rump there. One that rounds out the class. Again, just a big volume kind of a gilt. Her hip and hind leg structure is what kept her up here in the top 10 in this class. Good class. Give him a nice hand if you would.
Winners from Class 2, first place, Miley Coleman from Medill. Second, Nicholas Armitage from Miller 4-H. Third, Alyssa Moore from Blair. Fourth, Ryder Waitman from Dibble. Fifth, Mackenzie Kirkhart from Elmore City Purnell. Sixth, Keely Hollenbach from Jay. Seventh, Riker Kahn from Bryan County. Eighth, J.C. Harrell from Wilson in Carter County. Ninth, Cole Gorel from Mulhall, Orlando. And 10th, Cooper Jones from Skytook. Nicholas Armitage was a showmanship winner for Class 2 spot gilts. Exhibitors in the ring can be excused.
Another nice class in our spotted division, and the young lady here in front of me with the predominantly black one there is going to start this particular class. And again, as we talked in some of those classes about just totals and putting things together, she's the one that does it in here. She's still got some size to her. She's got some extension everywhere, got some flexibility when you get her out here. Her squareness and natural skeleton is better than the two, particularly right there below her, and she's the most comfortable with still having those extras and those stoutnesses to start the class. One that ends up being in second in terms of the front two thirds of that one, skeleton, very good. Freshness, build, design, shape's good in that hog. We maybe get in behind her. I'd like to blend her there in her ham loin. I'd like to make her just a notch more secure there when she goes away from you. But her added length of hip and just length of step and comfort out here is what keeps her over the gilt that comes out in third. I like the look, the eye appeal, the gilt that comes out there in third in terms of just presentation. Young lady's done a very good job of having that thing show ready. From her hip forward, that one there brings a lot of totals and features to the table. From her hip back is what kept her from moving up any higher in this class. She just gets to be a notch rounder, just wants to roll out of that hip and that hind leg just a tick more comparatively those ones right there ahead of her. Awful nice gilt, though, in terms of just presentation and design there in the front two-thirds that keeps her up in the top end of this class. The gilt that comes out next, again, a little bit of the same song and dance there. I thought this one, standing still here, paints a very good silhouette in terms of just overall design from the side. You get to study in this gilt off of both ends of her skeleton. She's more upright in her shoulder. She's shorter and choppier in terms of the way she uses her hind leg. Her natural body shape, though, is very, very good, and that allows her to stay up in fourth versus the gilt here that comes out next. Gilt that comes out next, really a long-bodied, loose spine type of a gilt here, but at the same point in time, when you watch this thing come at you, she's got to be better in terms of width and her front foot placement and just give her a little more natural shape versus the gilt right there ahead of her, but just her overall lines and build keep her up there as well. The one that comes out next, this angle right here is what keeps her from moving up any further in this particular class. We got to make her better down at the ground in terms of just her front foot placement, but when you do step off to the side of this one comparatively, she follows in suit in terms of just levelness at top, still having some dimension and spread, still being comfortable enough in terms of the way her hind leg goes to allow her to stay in that spot in this particular class. The one that comes out next maybe has an advantage in terms of just dimension when you get right up on top of her. I didn't read that one quite as heavy duty when you study her in terms of foot bone and feature down low versus the ones on up the line there. But again, a wide body, productive type of a gilt there to push up here and to gain a pin in this particular class. The one that comes out next here, good built, good design one, simply just has to have more width and dimension off of both ends of her skeleton. We round out the class here with a pair of them that simply got to have more in terms of just natural freshness and shape, particularly when you read them things out of the backside of their blade there. They want to get a little flatter in their forearm, a little flatter in their body shape, but still lines and overall balance allow them to catch a pin in this class here. Good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Check. Alrighty. We got Class 2 results pulled together. So Class 2 spots. The class winners Miley Coleman, Medill, FFA, Platt Livestock, Kronos. Hello. We good? Okay. Hello. We good? Okay. Second Class 2, Nicholas Armitage, Miller, 4-H, Jennings, Show Pigs, Trust Me. Third, Alyssa Moore, Blair FFA, Goss Livestock, Stopwatch. Fourth, Ryder Waitman, Dibble, FFA, Loveless, Incognito. And fifth was Mackenzie Kirkhart, Elmore City, Purnell, FFA, raised by Goss. So that is your Class 2 results. We're getting the 3 results. Class 4 is showing right now, which will be the final class of the day. And that is July 1st through July 14th. We'll be back after we get the results here of Class 3.
Exhibitors in the ring can be excused.
Another way, good class to round out our spot division here, and young lady in the blue is going to start the class. And again, kind of like the last class, I felt that was kind of the combination of this group here, and still having some dimension, some comfort, and still having some power, still in a fresh package out here to still stay up there at the top end of this particular class. The one that ends up second, I think, just falls a little more in type and kind in terms of just overall skeleton. I think she's a notch heavier duty when you get to studying that one at the ground in terms of feature, in terms of just overall just stoutness and substance of foot and bone. Felt that one's maybe just a tick longer and just a tick longer and uses her hind leg just a notch better than the young man there with the wider colored, louder marked one there that's going to end up being in third. One in third there, though, does. When you get up on top of him versus the ones right there below him, he still opens up good with a lot of spread in terms of just the dimension she has as you study that one down her top line and out of her hip. Like I said, when you step off to the side of that one, she gets a little higher there in her hip. She wants to be a little shorter and just a little rounder in the way she uses that hind leg versus the one right there ahead of her. But, man, I like the front two-thirds of that one in terms of just her boldness and dimension that she brings to the class. The one that comes out next, got a good look here. Just didn't think this one had enough in terms of just overall width and dimension when you really get into the bottom lower portion of that one's skeleton right there. That one's got an awesome build, an awesome design there from a comfort standpoint. You really got to appreciate her for that. Just need to make her just a notch stouter and a notch bolder to move up in this class. One that comes out next, got a good silhouette from the side in terms of just that swoop to her underline to her lower third of her skeleton. Got a good look. That one there just gets to be a notch frailer at the ground in terms of foot bone and feature when you get to studying her. Not quite as comfortable, a little more rigid in the way she uses her hind leg there versus the one right up there above her. Front two-thirds of this one, she's a beast in terms of power and spread. Just got to go better. She wants to drag that hind leg just a little more than ideal to get around the one right there ahead of her, but still one that's got some dimension and got some substance to her when you get right up on top of her versus the ones right here below her. Next one comes out. Great look in the front third of this one's skeleton. Good in terms of shape. Just doesn't have enough in terms of just natural dimension down low and spread when she comes and goes off of either end. Run into the same scenario with this gilt right here. This one here comes at you with a big old stout mug on her. At the same point in time, it really doesn't match the power that she brings. She gets to be a little flatter up in her shoulder and into her forerib there, a little flatter in her natural body shape versus the ones right up there ahead of her. Next one that comes out, I didn't think that one had just quite enough shape there. She gets to be kind of plain when you get up on top of her, particularly over the backside there as you study that one right back into her ham loin hookup, and then you step in behind that one. We just got to make her better, square her up just a notch. She wants to be a little cow-hawked when she goes away, wants to close up there at the base of her ham down to her hawk to her ankle there when she steps away. Big, stout, rugged one that comes out next, just from an athletic standpoint. Just got to ask her to grab a gear and just drive with a little more ease off of each end of her skeleton. But a nice skill to round out a good class there. Let's give him a nice round of applause, and we'll get you a champion.
Winners from Class 4. First place, Rachel Doyles from Weatherford. Second, Corey Roberts from Comanche. Third, Jordan Henderson from Copan. Fourth, Jade Barrington from Alec. Fifth, Connor Imhoff from Prague. Sixth, Sawyer McClure from Morrison. Seventh, Emma Partame from Merritt. Eighth, Jackson Tynan from Wyandotte. Ninth, Olivia Rainwater from Whitesboro. And 10th, Case Drown from Fletcher. we're ready to select our champion spot, champion reserve.
Alrighty, starting here with our champion spot drive. Class 1, Cash Seawright. Elgin 4-H, bred by Swinford, sired by Titan. Second in that class was Kylie Blem. Mohall Orlando, bred by JD Show Pig, sired by Hit the Ditch. Third was Letty Novak Okarcha, FFA, CKL, Downshift. Class 2 winner, Miley Coleman, Medill, Platt, Kronos. Second, Nicholas Armitage, Miller, 4-H, Jennings, Trust Me. Third, Alyssa Moore, Blair, FFA, Goss, Stopwatch. And then here we hit the pedigree ditch. But Anna Pogue won Class 3, Washington FFA, bred by Plett. Second, Mia McGowan, Worcester FFA, bred by McGowan. Third, McKenna Chickering, Cashin FFA, bred by Halfin. Class 4 winner, Rachel Doyles, bred by Hartman. Second was Corey Roberts, is bred by Lindstrom. It's a Limitless. Third was Jordan Henderson, bred by Ella Warden. Fourth was Jaden Barrington. And results from Class 5 or 4. Fifth was Connor Imoff, MC3 Wards, Time Machine. So if we get that, trying to get the Class 3 and 4 pedigree stuff put together.
Well, if you would put your hands together, for the class winners out here. I think we've got a really nice lineup. We get them back out here, and we had some awful nice seconds too that are going to get a chance to sneak in here and come out as well. And I think as Justin come out, the one that I thought in my mind when we went through and placed them coming up here is the one that he agreed and said the same thing. And I think there's some extremities in this particular Gilt in terms of shape and stoutness. Still comfortable. I think she puts a lot of good things together. Let's congratulate this young lady out of Class 2. She's going to be your champion.
Champion comes out of Class 2, Miley Coleman, Medill, Platt Livestock, Kronos, brings in Nicholas Armitage, Miller 4-H, Jennings, Trust Me.
drop that second place in, and she certainly fits right into the mix there in terms of just what we talked about in class. I thought that was an extremely good pair. Both those hogs I thought were heavy bone, had some feature to them. Nitpicked her in an area or two there, but I knew quality-wise that one was going to be right up here towards the top end, and that's the one we like second best. Congratulations, young man, of a second out of that class.
All righty, your reserve, Nicholas Armitage, Miller 4-H, bred by Brady Jennings. Trust Me, sire. That brings in Alyssa Moore, Blair FFA, Gauss Livestock, Stopwatch. So we're going down Class 2 again. Fourth, the Class 2 ends up being fourth overall. That's Ryder Waitman, Loveless, Incognito. Then fifth overall was Cash Seawright, Elgin 4-H, Swinford Livestock, Titan. And that will wrap up the day. We'll get everything posted we got in top fives and send them on to Adrian for Pig Planet. If you see something not right or need to add some info, send it to me or send it to her and we'll get her routed to that site. So thanks everybody for listening. See you in the morning. Any young people want to make some money running pedigrees, make it worth your while. Have a great night.
One, that's Kylie Blim from Mulhall, Orlando. We need Liddy Novak in the ring. Lily Vandevort from Washington, you're on deck for Class 1. Our sixth gilt comes from Class 2. That's Ryder Waitman from Dibble. We need Mackenzie Kirkhart from Elmore City in the ring. Keely Hollenbeck, you're on deck for Class 2. Number 7 comes from Class 3. That's Anna Pogue from Washington. We need Mia McGowan from Worcester in the ring. McKenna Chickering, you're on deck for Class 3. Our 8th selection comes from Class 4. That's Rachel Doyles from Weatherford. We need Corey Roberts in the ring. Jordan Henderson, you're on deck for Class 4. Number 9 comes from Class 1. That's Liddy Novak from Okarche. We need Lily Vandevort from Washington in the ring. Adriana Torello, we need you to be on deck for Class 1. Number 10 comes from Class 1. That's Lily Vandevort from Washington. I'll introduce Adriana Trulio from Calumet to the ring. Jimmy Trails Rains, we need you to be on deck for Class 1. Our 11th selection comes from Class 3. That's Mia McGowan from Worcester. That'll bring McKenna Chickering to the ring. Rylan Williams, you're on deck for Class 3. Our 12th selection comes from Class 1. That's Adriana Trulio from Calumet. That will bring Jimmy Trejo Rains from Jones Academy to the ring. Nolan Roberts, you're on deck for Class 1. Number 13 comes from Class 3. That's McKenna Chickering from Cashin. We need Rylan Williams in the ring. Emery West, you're on deck for Class 3. Our 14th selection comes from Class 1. That's Jimmy Trejo Raines from Jones Academy. We need to bring Nolan Roberts from Comanche to the ring. Nolan Roberts from Comanche 4-H. We need your 7th place spot gilt from Class 1 to the show ring. Our 15th and final selection comes from Class 3. That's Rylan Williams from Fanshawe 4-H. Congratulations to our spot exhibitors and all of our purebred exhibitors today. That'll conclude our show for this afternoon. See you at